Hi. What's up? Happy New Year. Friends, foes, family, cousins. We made it. We made it. But you know, we're not gonna make it out of the woods so fast. Not so fast. We have shit to talk about. Some sincere shit to talk about. I am not going to be doing most of the talking tonight. I'll probably pop in here and there for commentary, in case anybody has anything they want to say. But this is actually a very, very important stream. Shut the fuck up. Whoever that is. Jesus, I need an admin in here. Martin, are you here? I gotta deputize you. Unbelievable. Oh boy. You know, Stream Shack can do without you algorithm motherfuckers, you know what I mean? You're not actually chatting with me. Fucking AI's got a long way to go, dude. You ain't fooling me, IVCOKITA2A0. Unbelievable. Anyway. What we're gonna do tonight is talk about some pretty fucked up shit. It's gonna be dense. Look, I told you it was gonna get worse. What's going on, people? How you guys doing? Happy New Year. Hope everybody's doing well. I am doing well. Who knows how well I will be doing after this is over? Because we're gonna talk about some good shit. Depending on your relative definition of good shit. Sup, Orange? Huggy. Warrior. Hi, friends. Hi, friends. Here's the thing, Huggy. I would love for that to be the case. I'm working on it. It's not possible tonight. So unfortunately, I'm gonna have to have the aux. But that is in the works. That is in the works. I would love to start being able to openly discuss this stuff. For now, and for the rest of the night, for as long as y'all care to be here, it's gonna become a little bit uncomfortable. First of all, before we start anything, how is everybody doing? I need to know how everyone's feeling. Good, so-so, not so much. The too long didn't read about last night. Ugh. So my friend Martin, Slugs and Mrs., who's probably going to be in here shortly if he's not already. I don't know, him and I were talking, and this is why I did the stream tonight. I wasn't going to. I was just going to let everybody enjoy their evening. Oh no, Huggy, listen, for people to come in and out of the stream, given the context that we were discussing and are going to be discussing, it's totally fine. I don't expect anybody to stick around, because it's quite heavy material. It's not easy to talk about, but somebody's got to do it. With reference to last night, the too long didn't read. Honestly, Huggy, I'll put it to you like this. I think what I tried to do with the just chatting stream from yesterday, I'll put it up on YouTube. Although, God, I don't even know how that one's gonna go. But basically, it was me, more or less, trying to convey that there's a relationship between what you're hearing in the news about UAPs and what your governments actually know. It's just kind of some common sense deep diving. And clearly, I was trying to convey that there's clearly a relationship there that's been around since pretty much the entire time that people have been talking about it. It's just kind of hasn't been as pronounced as it is recently for whatever fucking reason. So that's a too long didn't read about yesterday. We'll be talking about it a lot though. I'm gonna keep circling back to these things because you can never really get enough. It's 2021. You have 0 kids here. You're fucking fantastic. Dude. Choice. Y'all are in a wonderful headspace. I don't know why the fuck you're here if you have no kids and are partying. This is not gonna be a party. This is gonna be a little bit of an experience. It's gonna take a long time. And it's gonna be dense. So stop me. So slugs. Stop me whenever it gets too much or whenever you guys need to take a moment and discuss the context. But we're about to hop right in. You saw a Serbian film. If you can get through that, you can get through everything. It's no bother, Huggy. But let me tell you something right now. You know, I think reality is a lot stranger than fiction. I think reality is a lot more terrifying than fiction, which is why, as a kid, I wasn't necessarily drawn to, like, fantasy films. Or, like, sci-fi. Like, very, very apparent sci-fi. Like, Star Wars. It always seems very sanitized. That's kind of why I like horror movies, because I don't get fucking scared. A Serbian film in general, I don't get grossed out, because I know that there's a production value there, number one. Number two, I know that it was all written, right? So there's an intentionality there. Is that the right word? There's an intention there. Let me not be complicated. So that kind of eases the mind. But reality is a lot harder to deal with, I think. Because reality brings about variables and questions that you're not going to be able to answer on the spot. You can't just shut that shit off. You know what I mean? That doesn't go away. That definitely doesn't go away. That stays. Yeah, I mean, all those films they have their merit. They have their place as shock value or, I don't know, explicit, you know, philosophical concepts being described there. That's fine. But it's not scary. It'll just make me want to turn it off. It'll just make me feel like it's excessive at this point. It's not truly, like, mind-bending. You know what I'm saying? They are. They're dumb. They're dumb. They're just there. They're there for shock value. You know what I'm saying? Huggy, my third eye is constantly open. I'm not gonna go into the logistics of that, but my third eye is constantly open. Here we go. We don't have all night, and I'm gonna stop being boring. I don't want to be wordy. What we have here tonight, and I want to be very respectful about this, is a lecture given by the recently passed away Michael C. Ruppert. May he rest in peace. I have his book somewhere here. Where is that big old thing? It's called Crossing the Rubicon. It'll get you put on a list. For sure. And it's definitely out there. I think you could buy it on Amazon or whatever, but, you know, buyer beware. It's a thick book. It's like that. small font, but it's worth it. And I mean, he'll tell you. I don't have to really give him any kind of introduction. He'll do that on his own in the lecture. But he's, again, recently passed away, former narcotics officer. Some of you might know him, some of you might not know him. I wanted to spend this New Year's Eve kind of going over this stuff as he would want you to hear it, if he were still here. And I'm sure if he were still here, he'd very much appreciate people like myself, you know, trying to go through the limits on this platform, whatever you want to call it, and see how far we can take it. So if you don't know who he is, again, he'll do that for you. But let's start. Let's cut this fucking spooky music off. I'm joking, this is actually a really good ambient album. But hey, the algorithm prevents me from getting very personal with you guys, so unfortunately, I can't. And here we are. Again, Slugs and I were talking earlier tonight. He's kind of the inspiration for me not going to bed and staying up. So, Slugs, I appreciate it. Thank you very much for the lack of sleep. But it's worth it. Because he and I were discussing quite a bit. And we're both very, very troubled as to where this country is going. Very troubled. And I think without context, it's hard to know what to do. Without context, it's hard to know what to say. And without context, it's certainly hard to know how to treat each other, which is a big deal. I mean, if you're in this chat now, you're probably already on a list. Given the algorithm and the subject alone, I wanted to keep it very clean and to the point, so it cuts through. Anyway, enough bullshit. Roll it. We can start here. Shut the fuck up. He's talking about you specifically. I love it. Suck my dick. And again, feel free to ask questions. We can certainly stop and dive in as much as we need to.
Tonight we have the remarkable.
Let me know if it's too loud or whatever.
Says when it comes to Los Angeles, the CIA hasn't always played by the rules.
The agency has dealt drugs throughout this country for a long time.
Full?
It began to become apparent to me that guns were going one way and drugs were going another.
The CIA has issued a blanket response to all of this, denying any involvement.
My name is Mike Ruppert, R-U-P-P-E-R-T.
So again, before we go any further, I apologize. This is basically an Ask Me Anything just chat. I'm not essentially going to defer to my beloved Mr. Ruppert. I certainly do have my own thoughts on this. I definitely have my own opinions on this. I've watched this over probably more times than I can count. So if you disagree, that's fine. You know, if you want to pick my brain and have us stop it and talk about it further, that's fine. Let's go ahead and do that.
I did bring this information out 18 years ago, and I got shot at and forced out of LAPD because of it. I've been on the record for 18 years. We got on record everywhere we could so that if I did get killed, we would know. You know, somebody would know that somebody was saying something was wrong with CIA.
And I don't think he did.
Hello, I'm Mike Ruppert. It has been 28 months since the attacks of September 11th changed our world forever. As I wrote recently, the events in the 5 years following the attacks of 9/11 will determine the course of human history for the next 500 years.
You'll see.
That prediction is proving to be true. Within 3 months of those attacks, I and my publication, From the Wilderness, had, using unimpeachable research materials, assembled a clear picture of what was driving world events. We had shown that the U.S. government had ample warning to have prevented the attacks and did not. We had shown that the U.S. and global economies were corrupt and on the verge of collapse. that the U.S. economy was particularly dependent upon the flow of hundreds of billions of dollars from the illegal drug trade. Since the U.S. occupation of Afghanistan in November 2001, at a time when the Taliban had destroyed more than 90% of all opium production, Afghanistan has, under CIA and U.S. military control, once again become the largest producer of the opium poppy, accounting for 70% of the world's supply. In spite of that, more than 2 million new Americans have become unemployed, and the total number of unemployed is higher than at any time since the Great Depression. According to the Reuters news service, the number of Americans living in poverty is 34.6 million. Most importantly, we accurately described something called peak oil. That is the fact that in 100 years, mankind has used half of all the oil and natural gas that has ever been created, and that from now on, the world will have to cope with ever-diminishing supplies of hydrocarbon energy.
If you haven't
Even as
seen
demand is increasing
the documentary
exponentially.
Collapse,
We described the war that Dick Cheney
Go see
told
it.
us would not end in our lifetimes as a sequential war to control the last remaining oil reserves on the planet. We specifically stated that the Middle East, Colombia, and Venezuela were on the agenda. We have been proved right on every count. And in the 2 years since I gave this lecture at Portland State University, our subscribers have benefited from more than 100 separate articles which have kept them ahead of the game. With the occupations of Afghanistan and Iraq, both of which have become costly guerrilla conflicts, and with the exposure of the Bush administration's deceptions about 9/11 and the threats posed by Saddam Hussein, we have seen the seeds for new conflicts being planted in West Africa, Venezuela, and Colombia, as well as in the Far East, Indonesia, and Korea. In each of these places, there are reserves of oil and gas or strategic transit routes that can help to meet supply needs for whoever controls them. The end game for all this struggle is China, whose oil imports were recently predicted by the Japan Times to increase by 500% before the year 2030. What we did not know at the time that we made this tape, a fact which was not known even to the oil companies who were drilling there, was that an anticipated bonanza of oil from the Caspian Sea basin and Kazakhstan was proving to be a major disappointment. As one oil expert told a May 2003 conference on peak oil in Paris, which I was attending, quote, 20 out of 25 wells sunk in the Caspian basin between 2000 and 2003 have resulted in dry holes. What was thought to be a reserve holding as much as 200 billion barrels of oil has shown itself to be a series of isolated pockets totaling no more than 40 billion barrels. Planet Earth consumes 1 billion barrels of oil every 11.5 days. That oil may never reach Western markets because of the drilling, pumping, and transportation investment required. As this realization came to pass, the oil reserves of the Middle East have become all the more important for the industrialized world. 60% of all recoverable oil is in the Middle East.
Slugs, have you ever seen this?
That helps to explain the sudden shift in U.S. policy away from Afghanistan and towards Iraq in 2002. It also explains the desperation behind the sloppy and fraudulent efforts to get the U.S. into Iraq at whatever cost, even if that prevented the re-election of the Bush administration or its exposure to impeachable charges over forged documents, the outing of CIA counterterror personnel, and many other criminal activities. 11% of all recoverable oil in the world is in Iraq. In the meantime, in spite of some resistance by the U.S. Congress and state and local governments against the Patriot Act, American civil liberties continue to be trashed. New laws, such as the Homeland Security Bill, permit the U.S. government to forcibly vaccinate American citizens against their will and then prosecute them as criminals if they refuse to accept untested vaccines.
I forgot that was in there. I legitimately forgot that was in there. I have to take a moment. You want me to rewind that? All right, well, we can rewind that for... Okay, yeah, sure, we can... You got it, Huggy.
This, execute them as criminals. U.S. government continue as in the world is in Iraq. In the meantime, in spite of some resistance by the U.S. Congress and state and local governments against the Patriot Act, American civil liberties continue to be trashed.
This is consider this is essentially, I think he came out with this lecture, and this basically what you're seeing here, this production in like 2002, 2003, something like that.
New laws, such as the Homeland Security Bill, permit the U.S. government to forcibly vaccinate American citizens against their will and then prosecute them as criminals if they refuse to accept untested vaccines. This, even as the vaccine makers have been granted absolute legal immunity if you or your family drop dead after receiving the shots, there's no one to sue. And critical shortages of natural gas have prevented the building of new electrical generating infrastructure and threatened the production of commercial fertilizers as food production for an exploding population becomes a critical issue. All commercial fertilizers are made from natural gas. Mankind stands at the brink of the most important moment it has ever faced. Alternative energy sources are vastly overrated, and none of them, in any combination, can replace what oil and natural gas have done for mankind in the last 100 years. Even if they could, the infrastructure and investment and building needed to implement these solutions should have begun 30 years ago, when the United States passed its own irreversible peak of production. Since I gave this lecture on the truth and lies of 9/11, I have given more than 35 additional lectures in 7 countries around the world, from Australia to Germany. With each lecture, I have updated this presentation with new material, and sadly, not once have I had to say that we had it wrong from the start.
Huggy, to answer your question earlier in terms of people that want to debunk, it's just a funny term to me. For anybody that wants to go against this information, and for anybody that wants to maybe say that this information is inaccurate, incorrect, misleading, or completely misunderstood, let it be known that to this very day that not a single thing that he said has been disputed or actually falsified. Not one fucking thing. The entire book that he wrote, which is called Crossing the Rubicon, is admissible in court, technically, as evidence.
So please, sit back now and watch our film, The Truth and Lies of 9/11, and begin to understand how deeply all of our lives are threatened. Then come join us at FromTheWilderness.com and become one of our more than 12,000 subscribers. With each new subscription, our ability to bring you better and more comprehensive reporting expands, even as the world becomes a more dangerous place to live. The answers, our children's answers, can only be found when we come to understand the real map that we are traveling on.
That's the introduction. He has unfortunately passed away. Not going to comment on how. That's not my place. But Martin, to respond to what you said about oil with reference to new resources that can replace it, because clearly the world is running out of it. Huggy, one of the things that we touched on yesterday that I believe you might have missed, I can pull this up again real quick. Give me just a second. This is probably a good, because this is 2003 that he came out with this, and did a series of lectures on the topic. That's when his book came out as well on the matter. So that's 2003. Fast forwarding now, I think he passed away in 2000. 2014. Having him here now would be priceless. I think is the most accurate word to use. But not to get off topic here, I think the reason why what he just said is important, and Martin, I think the reason why what you just said is important. Yeah, we didn't even get started yet. We're not even past the introduction. He's just telling you who he is. Yeah, Martin, regardless if you want to, like, the point is that it's a finite resource. It's not going away. Rather, it is going away. The fact that it's a finite resource is not going away. It's going to end. Basically dinosaur stuff that we're putting into our cars. You know, you can only dig up so much of it from the ground. Point being, with reference to what we were discussing yesterday, let me see if I can pull it up real quickly for everybody. Is this the one we were looking at? This is the one we were looking at. So, just to double down on trying to get banned. Very quickly referring back to the WikiLeaks, Huggy, I think this is the part that you might have missed out on. Martin, this is something that I've been trying to tell you for a while. Well, not tell you, I think, is the wrong way to put it. This is something that I've kind of tried to impress on you for a little while, from where I'm coming from on the matter. Which is that things are changing, and somebody isn't talking. I think that's essentially what's happening, because in this email that we slightly dove into yesterday, this is to John Podesta, which was the former campaign chairman of the Hillary Clinton presidential campaign. And this is a communication with regards to Terry, one Terry at terrybillionaires@aol.com. There's so much here to talk about that I don't want to derail this too much from what we have to talk about today. This is with regards to insider trading. This is with regards to what the banks were doing and what the corporations were doing, largely in the follow-up to the events of 2001. In hindsight, though, with that context, this is really interesting because they clearly bring up in this article, I think several times, 0 Point Energy is mentioned 6 fucking times throughout this entire email. Dr. Edgar Mitchell asks that I write to Mr. Podesta and you requesting his meeting in Washington, D.C. with John to discuss disclosure in 0 Point Energy. Y'all heard about that before? Has that been in any major science publications that you have been recently following up on? Probably the fuck not, right? And here they're talking about it as if it's just out there. Here they're talking about it as if it's just readily available. They mention it several times. She goes on to say, this person who can't spell billionaire at AOL.com. Our ETI's connection to 0 Point Energy is obvious in that their purpose is to guide Edgar's International Quantric Science Team to apply their 0 Point Energy research for humanity. This is something that I didn't necessarily touch base on last night too much, and I think that it's really important to... hey, Jewel, how you doing, boo-boo? Happy New Year. Hope you're feeling well, doing well, all that good stuff. It's good to see you. But this is something that I don't think that I spent too much time talking about yesterday because it's a topic all of its own. It's interesting that it's convenient, rather, that it came up today because clearly, as of 2003, this man's genuine perspective was that we are running out and that time is running out. Excuse me. And here you have genuine communication that has yet to be explained to this day that was communicated to the campaign chairman in fucking October of 2014, which basically states that, hey, we really have to talk about this 0 Point Energy thing and how it relates to fucking aliens and how it relates to what we're going to do with bringing this out to society. In other words, hey, John, when are we going to talk about the fact that we don't need fossil fuels anymore? Clearly, because we have this, and this is clearly connected to some literally a higher power. How are we going to talk about this to the public? In terms of changing their mind, in terms of being able to make them accept that fossil fuels are exactly that, just fossils, a thing of the past. Yeah, we made it. I think we made it. Personally, you like 2020? You're not on the hating 2020 boat? I think 2020 was a bit of a double-edged sword for all of us, I believe. Not one reason to hate it, not one reason to love it. 2020 is basically fucking cyberpunk. You can go ahead and clip that. That's what 2020 is in a nutshell. If you're going to compress it, 2020 is Cyberpunk 2077 on day one release. That's what it is. You know, you don't hate it. You don't love it. And no, Martin, no. We're not going to talk about exactly what zero-point energy is because nobody fucking knows. And by nobody, I mean like about 7 billion people who aren't privy to whatever the fuck this is. That's my point, Martin. I don't know what this is. Neither do you. Neither does anybody else in this chat. Huggy, you are literally MVP. Holy shit. Board member of the century. But you know what I mean? I can't talk about it. If I'm going to talk about it with you, I'm going to feel completely disingenuous by talking about it with you. Because I don't know what the fuck they mean when they say zero-point energy. I can give you my opinion. If you want my opinion, I can give it to you. I have a really good reason for why I have that opinion on what the fuck they mean when they say zero-point energy. But to this day, they are clearly using this language and this term as if it's just household. We are not. Huggy, that's exactly what it is, yes. In a nutshell, without getting way too much into the details that clearly I'm not qualified to talk about, it's cold fusion. It's literally being able to flip a switch off of something that you made, and that thing produces way more energy. Now you got me talking about it. In theory, that thing produces way more energy than it takes to create it. So in essence, you have a completely limitless potential. You have a limitless flow. You don't fucking need Con Edison anymore. And that's a big deal. Because I haven't paid my Con Ed bill in like 2 months. Fuck them. I feel like light is a human necessity. Anyway. Point being, tack onto that, Huggy. It's not necessarily just cold fusion. It's a little bit more exotic than that because you have to factor into the way that these things, and when I say these things, I mean these UAPs that are clearly working off of this fucking technology, whatever this is, clearly have a way of completely circumventing the fucking laws of physics. Completely circumventing the laws of gravity on this planet. Making sharp right turns at completely ridiculous angles, at unimaginable speeds. If you would even try to do it with an aircraft, everybody on board, as well as logic, would be fucking dead. No, nothing explains it well enough. And can I tell you something? Nothing explains cold fusion well enough. You want to know why it doesn't get into... You want to know why the public material doesn't get into it well enough? I'll tell you why. Because it's basically the same thing as kind of having an inkling that people are building the fucking nuclear bomb in like 1933, 1934, but not being able to have that access. You know it's happening. Clearly people are like buzzing about something. You know just enough to know that there's something on the cusp. You don't know what the fuck it is, and you can't prove it. And talking about it makes you seem like a fucking crazy person. I think that that's exactly where we're at. Am I ever going to get into the life of Nikola Tesla? Sure. But again, I feel like I'm not qualified. I mean, the thing about Tesla, as far as I know, and and I don't know much. You know, I've never spent a night at his hotel room in New York City where he died. I have friends that did. I personally haven't. I would imagine that'd be a very creepy fucking experience. Right, Martin, that's kind of, yeah, it's completely inaccessible to the average human being. And by saying average human being, I by no means mean that with any kind of like condescension. I just mean Nobody is willing to explain it to you, but they are willing to imply and insinuate that it's actually happening. And they are willing, clearly, based on this fucking email exchange, they are willing to openly discuss it amongst themselves. I digress. Let's not get away from the point. Sorry, Jewel. With reference to Nikola Tesla, I would assume that you're referring to the fact that he also was of the impression that through his discoveries and through all of his research that he's conducted throughout his entire life, he did find that basically he did find a way, at least theoretically, to harbor limitless pools of energy through some kind of construct. And then obviously they left him fucking broke and dying for it. But I think that's what you're referring to. If that's what you're referring to, we can talk about it from that perspective. I just don't know much about his actual life. You know, not much more than a layman, I guess. Yeah, a lot. Well, missing. I'm missing. I believe I believe the actual word that you're looking for is fucking stolen. And I think, Jewel, I think that you and I are saying the same exact kind of thing. Like, chat, I need everybody to take a step back right now and just consider this for a moment, right? I don't mean to be condescending and I don't mean to be presumptive by asking everybody to just suppose this, because I'm pretty sure that everybody has thought about this, once or twice in the past. But chat, if I'm just gonna say something right here, if you really believe that we stopped working on different kinds of technologies and different forms of energy since the fucking nuclear age, I think that your head is in the sand. And if I'm taking that assertion a step further, you should also be completely open-minded to what we actually have versus what we're perceived to have. In other words, nuclear weapons shouldn't be anybody's biggest fear on this planet. Everybody's biggest fear on this planet should probably be who the fuck is in control of whatever has been developed in the past 50 years and hasn't said fuck all about it. Not one goddamn thing. I'm angry. I'm sorry.
Mr. Speaker, members, I rise today really with a very heavy heart. One that is filled with sorrow for the families and the loved ones who were killed and injured this week. Only the most foolish and the most callous would not understand the grief that has really gripped our people and millions across the world. This unspeakable act on the United States has really forced me, however, to rely on my moral compass, my conscience, and my God for direction. September 11th changed the world. Our deepest fears now haunt us. Yet I am convinced that military action will not prevent further acts of international terrorism against the United States. This is a very complex and complicated matter. Now, this resolution will pass, although we all know that the president can wage a war even without it. However difficult this vote may be, some of us must urge the use of restraint. Our country is in a state of mourning. Some of us must say, let's step back for a moment. Let's just pause just for a minute and think through the implications of our actions today so that this does not spiral out of control. Now, I have agonized over this vote, but I came to grips with it today And I came to grips with opposing this resolution during the very painful yet very beautiful memorial service. As a member of the clergy so eloquently said, as we act, let us not become the evil that we deplore.
It's a great point, Martin. How the fuck is anybody supposed to understand what it means unless, of course, you're in it and that's all you do? And if you're in it and that's all that you do, then clearly you have signed NDAs up the ass and your entire credibility is at stake, at the very least, if you talk about what the fuck you're doing. Jewel, you know what's really funny about that? That's also the birthday of probably one of my most loathed ex-girlfriends. The universe is funny.
Thank you, Demetrius, and thank all of you. I am
You're welcome.
Unbelievably gratified to see so many people here tonight. I almost got up here and said, hi, my name is Mike, I'm an alcoholic, but I think I'm at the wrong meeting, I guess. We're going to talk about
Martin
a lot
knows
of
what I'm
things
talking
tonight
about too.
that are very difficult. A lot of things tonight that are very challenging. A lot of things that will test and try many of us in the months and the years to come. But we're going to have a certain approach to this, and it's the only kind of approach that I have found in 23 years that works when you're challenging a government that no longer serves the interests of the people. I'd like to start off by asking a question.
Yeah, just
like
a little
show
bit.
of hands.
Just a little bit, Joe.
How many people in the room tonight believe that Lee Harvey Oswald
A layman's amount of knowledge.
was the lone gunman and solely responsible for the murder of John F. Kennedy? Show of hands.
Hey, quick side note: if anybody wants to see some just chatting streams on Kennedy, I got a whole nuclear bombs worth of material on John F. Kennedy. So if anybody wants that, just type F in chat or rest in peace, and we can go there too. See if we can get banned that way.
Two hands, and they're both joking. How many people in the room tonight believe that the war that is now taking place and getting ready to move all over the world is solely the result of the attacks on the World Trade Center on September the 11th? Okay.
Did you hear that one guy?
Great. The approach that we're going to take tonight is very straightforward. I was, for some short period of time, not as much as I wanted to be, an investigator with LAPD. I worked narcotics. I was loaned to detectives. I worked a homicide table. I worked a burglary table and an auto theft table for a while. And there is a procedure that you follow when you are presenting evidence. There is a way that you structure evidence to avoid speculation, and there is a way to fight this government. And before we start into the details on September the 11th, I want to show you two dramatic examples. I have two short clips of video that I would like to show you. And if we can run the first one, this will set the tone for what we're going to talk about tonight and what we're not going to talk about tonight. For 38 years, as of November 22nd, just a few days ago, we have had a videotape showing clearly that John F. Kennedy was shot from the front and not the back, where the Warren Commission says that Lee Harvey Oswald was, up and behind to the right in the Texas School Book Depository. You look at this tape, and there is clear, convincing, incontrovertible evidence.
Can I show this tape?
What good has it done us? What has it done to change the government? What has it done? What have we, meaning the American people, accomplished with this piece of video that shows his head moving backwards as a result of a bullet impact from the front of his head? It hasn't changed anything.
The tape is also
I
sped
want
up.
you to bear that in mind, because I'm going to use the word "you" a lot tonight. And by you, I mean the American people. I'm talking to you as if I was talking to all 280 million people in this country. And I'm going to say some things that are going to be kind of backing you into a corner.
Oh,
That
fix
is
the
my
feedback
direct
guy.
intent. So some of the things we are not going to talk about tonight are speculations about the attacks on September the 11th. We are not going to talk about were there explosives in the building, were the planes piloted by remote control, any of those questions, because those are speculative questions that produce the same kind of results that we just saw on the tape. After 38 years, you can play that all you want, and it doesn't change anything. There are people who have been talking about the Oklahoma City bombing since it happened in 1995. We have videotape of U.S. military personnel machine gunning the Branch Davidians at Waco. We have proof up the galore. We're not here looking tonight for proof. We're not going to go home and have armchair discussions, because what's at stake now is our freedom. What's at stake now is our future. This is no more time to go home, and you'll see that before I'm through tonight. Now, there is another way to take on the government.
It's all math,
there is another
Martin.
way to take on the lunacy
It's
of the
math.
mass media.
I'm so sorry to cut him off. It basically devolves down to math and logic, and at a very high level of logic. Like, for example, here I'll give you an example. Like, this is what I think I've showed you this before. So this is what symbolic logic looks like. So this is basically another version of human beings having a conversation. These are all of this are mathematical constants of how human beings have conversations. This is all, that's how like theoretical physics works. This is how theoretical physics are understood and like validated through accuracy. It's the same way that they're basically just depending on the human brain to do the job for them and trying to understand incredibly difficult concepts. You can, and this is in a very primitive sense what it looks like. It's theoretical math. I mean, theoretical sciences, it's just math. It's basically math and trying to prove that the logic of whatever it is that you're trying to convey in your mind actually works. And that shit comes down to testing. That's where they start losing me. Like, I have no fucking idea how you can make a, Large Hadron Collider work. But that's a side note. That's a side note.
And that is by using their own statements.
It's not
and their
imaginary.
own
They
evidence
test it.
against them to prove that
It's not
they are
imaginary if
lying.
you can test it.
Because if you're in this room tonight,
theoretical.
you are probably already the choir. Our safety, our future, our liberty, our country, and maybe the planet depends upon us reaching out to the millions of people out there who are still waving the flag, still believing that this is a war like they're being sold on CNN. Now, I'm going to play another tape now, and I'm going to show you what happens when you confront the government with their own information head on. This is a confrontation I had with the Director of Central Intelligence, John Deutsch, at Locke High School in 1996 over the issue of the CIA bringing drugs into Los Angeles. I want you to watch his hands very carefully after I confront him.
But at the same time, you do need a t-shirt
That's
to walk us through
Congresswoman
that.
Juanita Millender McDonald of Compton.
Guidance is often
Hi.
required
I am
for
a
those
former
things.
Los Angeles police
Of some
narcotics
kind.
detective, and I work South Central Los Angeles, and I will tell you, Director Deutsch...
I'm sorry, I do not mean to
Further
talk
into
over
the
this. Hang on.
I had with the Director of Central Intelligence, John Deutsch, at Locke High School in 1996 over the issue of the CIA bringing drugs into Los Angeles. I want you to watch his hands very carefully after I confront him.
Sir, the man in the leather
That's
jacket.
Congresswoman Juanita Millender McDonald of Compton.
I will be coming back
Hi.
over at altitude.
I am a former Los Angeles police narcotics detective, and I work South Central Los Angeles, and I will tell you, Director Deutsch, emphatically and
Can
without
you speak further
equivocation...
into the mic, sir? These mics don't seem to be...
I will tell you, Director Deutsch, as a former Los Angeles police narcotics detective, that the agency has dealt drugs throughout this country for a long time.
is an answer for a lot of you. Now, can you please?
I refer.
All right, now, can you please?
Obviously,
I
that's
refer
an
direct-
answer for a lot
Wait,
of you.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute here. Wait a minute. If you don't like what's going on here, please leave now. No, leave. No, leave now, because there are others who do
Nobody's
want to hear
leaving,
what's going on
girl.
in this room.
Nobody's leaving.
Will you please take your seats? I will come back to you as we roll back across to the center section.
Director Deutsch, I will refer you to 3 specific agency operations known as Amadeus, Pegasus, and Watchtower. I have Watchtower documents heavily redacted by the agency. I was personally exposed to CIA operations and recruited by CIA personnel who attempted to recruit me in the late 70s to become involved in protecting agency drug operations in this country. I have been trying to get this out for 18 years, and I have the evidence. My question for you is very specific, sir. If, in the course of the IG's investigations and Fred Hitz's work, you come across evidence of severely criminal activity,
Let him speak into
and
the
it's
mic.
classified, will you use that classification to hide the criminal activity, or will you tell the American people the truth?
Watch his hands. Watch his hands.
All right, you want to hear the response first from Congressman Julian Dixon and then from the director. Wait a minute. From York, I'm sorry, sir. I will allow the director to speak first and then Congressman Julian Dixon.
If you have information about CIA illegal activity in drugs, you should immediately bring that information to wherever you want, but let me suggest 3 places. The Los Angeles Police Department.
Gotcha.
Please, I'm
If
sorry, others want to hear this answer. I am sorry, others want to hear this answer.
It is your choice, the Los Angeles Police Department, the Inspector General, or office of one of your Congress persons from this.
I did that 18 years ago, sir, and I got shot at for it.
Wait a minute, sir. Wait a minute, sir.
And
Sir, you have not gotten the mic yet. You are not. But wait a minute, then don't speak out of turn.
let me say something else. If this information turns up wrongdoing,
Yeah.
if it turns up wrongdoing, we will bring the people to justice and make them accountable.
All right, Congressman Dixon.
Thank you, sir, for coming.
Wait
Look at how
a
nervous
minute
this
here.
fucking guy is. Watch how nervous this fucking
I thought you did not
guy
want
is.
to be here, but now that you are here, please let us hear and listen. Thank you very much.
Sir, I want to thank you for coming. You were at the last meeting. The staff probably had the spelling of your name wrong, but
No, they
we
didn't.
would like to talk to you. We have been looking for a couple of days for you, and we want to. We want to make sure that you contact the committee, because obviously you have some valuable information. If you want to give it to me privately, if you want to hand it to that aide where I can contact you this evening, please do it. Don't let us get away without getting a contact for you. If
Thank you,
you'd like
sir.
to pass it up to him now, so everyone can see that I got it, that would be fine.
Thank you, sir. And for the record, my...
Please keep the noise down so that we can hear and we can get answers.
For the record, my name is Mike Ruppert, R-U-P-P-E-R-T. I did bring this information out 18 years ago, and I got shot at and forced out of LAPD because of it. I've been on the record for 18 years nonstop, and I'll be happy to give you, Congressman, anything that I have.
I have to tell you that that was probably the most fun I've ever had in my life. Although tonight may top that. If you can kill the blue on the VCR there. What happened after this was John Deutsch was guaranteed an appointment by Bill Clinton to become the next Secretary of Defense. My confrontation with John Deutsch cost him that appointment. My good friend Dick Gregory, who I just did a radio show with on Thanksgiving Day, called me up and said he said he was talking to some people in Washington, and they just chewed him up one side and down the other because he looked like a fool.
Life is different in Deutschland.
Everybody here seen The Wizard of Oz? Everybody here seen The Man Behind the Curtain? We have to get to the man behind the curtain, but it's going to be a little bit scarier than that movie was to do that. So, let's take an approach to September the 11th along the lines of an investigator presenting a case to a grand jury, or along the lines of a detective presenting a case to a district attorney. First of all, who am I? We're going to go through this really quickly. I had the misfortune of being born into a family that was heavily rooted in the intelligence community. My mother was a cryptographer and cryptanalyst for the Army Security Agency and National Security Agency during World War II. She worked for Secretary of State Cordell Hull. She worked on the Japanese and Russian codes. By the way, we did know the Japs were going to attack Pearl Harbor, and we did let it happen. This is evidence that I would present. This is my mother's separation from the NSA in December 1949 because she was going to have babies. She didn't have me until 51. But my dad was also recalled into the Air Force. During the Korean War, he went to work for Martin Marietta and went to work on projects like the Titan 3C, which put up all the CIA's keyhole spy satellites. Relatives of my father were OSS, that's the forerunner of CIA, and they were career at CIA in Langley. So everybody in the family had a clearance. I used to come home from school and say, "What's for dinner?" And Mom would say, "I can't tell you." That's a joke, I hope. Now what I need is a way to do this so that I don't get them all whacked up here. Continuing with the presentation, there's a couple of points I want to make here in Portland. This is one of my rating reports from LAPD showing an outstanding rating, showing also that I have, especially in the field of narcotics enforcement and investigative procedures, I was loaned to Wilshire Division Narcotics
kind of prove yourself through
several
and through,
times and
sure.
specialized in narcotics. I was even sent to a training school by the U.S. Department of Justice and the DEA, which I attended. You don't get that for writing parking tickets. And the reason why I say this is because the ranking member of LAPD in the room that day when I confronted John Deutsch told Ted Koppel that I had never worked narcotics. And that got me pulled from a live interview with Ted Koppel. The ranking member of LAPD in the room that day was Deputy Chief Mark Croker. Yeah, I'm having fun already.
No comment, no comment, no comment. Go look up Mark Croker.
I want to talk about
Just
CIA
go
dealing drugs briefly because I have to lay a foundation. You have to understand the economic and the political context in which this war is taking place and in which it is set. And there's two things that if you don't understand, you will never understand September the 11th. One is drugs, the other is oil. Or one is oil, the other is drugs, okay? We want to talk about evidence. We want to talk about proof, okay? This is a memorandum that was written February 11th, 1982 to the Honorable William J. Casey. Everybody remember Bill Casey from Iran-Contra? CIA Director, signed by Attorney General William French Smith. This was at the beginning of the Contra War, very early in the Reagan administration. And something had happened before this. There had been a series of negotiations. Now in the CIA, the highest rung on the food chain is called an officer. If you are a case officer at CIA, you are someone who cannot be disavowed or denied. You are a man of the cloth. You are a man blessed with immunity. The agency will protect you. But underneath that on the food chain, they have career agents, contract agents, foreign agents, informants. They have proprietary companies, employees of the there's a whole category of people. Well, in 1982, because the CIA knew there was going to be a massive explosion in cocaine trafficking that they were going to control, U.S. Cocaine consumption went from roughly 80 metric tons in 1979 to 600 metric tons by 1987. Think about that for a minute. That's a lot of coke. All right? They knew that was coming. All right? So one of the things they did legally, because the agency and the government, they always find paper ways to try to cover their trail, and they think nobody will catch them. One of my favorite lines of all time, and for the first 100 of you who got here, you got a free copy of my last issue of From the Wilderness, is from Alan Dulles, who, when the Warren Commission report was released, however many volumes there were, and you read those volumes and you know that Lee Harvey Oswald didn't kill John Kennedy. And Alan Dulles said, the American people don't read. You don't read. This memorandum says...
We don't.
First of all, they took all the people who were not case officers and they decided to call them non-employees of the Central Intelligence Agency. There's a federal law stating that if a federal employee breaks a federal law, you have to report him. They were caught on the horns of a dilemma. So first they said, well, all these people are not employees, even though they get CIA paychecks. And then they said, in light of these provisions and in view of the fine cooperation the Drug Enforcement Administration has received from CIA, no formal requirement regarding the reporting of narcotics violations has been included in these procedures. That's black and white evidence of a conspiracy. The Attorney General of the United States just told the CIA director he no longer had to report it when anybody other than a case officer was dealing drugs.
Don't worry about it.
Let's look at something else about how cynical these people are.
That is not in our purview.
Now, I've been studying CIA and the drug trade for about 23 years, and this is one of my favorite documents of all time. Some 28 C-130 Hercules were smuggled by the CIA and the Pentagon through the U.S. Forest Service into private hands, supposedly for the purpose of fighting forest fires.
It's very hard to get an original of this now,
some of them turned up in Peru,
if you don't have it already.
in Mexico, in Panama, in Angola, in Iran, and Iraq, running covert missions for the CIA. One of these C-130s was caught in Mexico City. Aeropostal de Mexico had it, with $1 billion worth of cocaine on board. The Forest Service, having let these airplanes out, found itself in a kind of embarrassing position. So they had their lawyers work on it. And notice the last sentence. DOD is the Department of Defense. Apparently, DOD thinks that by having the Forest Service as the intermediary, if any future aircraft are used in drug smuggling, the Forest Service and not DOD will suffer the adverse publicity. They don't care about stopping it, they care about who's going to take the blame.
Airdropping.
It is possible to nail these people.
Picking it up from one place, dropping it off literally on on the ground.
The main reason why the CIA
wherever you
drugs
came from
is for one reason and one reason only. It's not to fund covert operations. The main reason is not to weed out the gene pool, although I will tell you, and I have proven that blacks have been deliberately targeted, but the CIA brings in more drugs than all the African Americans could use in this country. The main reason the CIA deals drugs is to support the U.S. economy. Let's take a look for a second. I don't know if you can read this in the back, but I'll call the names out.
Tell me to
see
pause.
Something that's
Where's
very
the lie?
unusual here.
Pause when you find the lie.
The National Security Act
Let's do that.
of 1947 created the CIA. It was written by a man named Clark Clifford, who was a longtime aide to Harry Truman. Okay? Clark Clifford's profession was he was a Wall Street banker and lawyer.
You'll see why. You'll see why.
Clark Clifford is also the man who brought a bank called BCCI into the United States
It's not about
in
you.
the 1980s. A
It's not
drug
about
money
us.
laundering bank that was exposed
Never
for
was.
laundering drug money.
Who gives a fuck about us?
The design for the CIA,
No.
in other words, the people who told Clifford how
Not
to
even
write
that.
the act were two brothers, John Foster and Alan Dulles, the Dulles brothers, Dull, Duller, and Dullest.
Nice. Bars.
John
Bars.
Foster Dulles was Secretary of State to President Dwight Eisenhower. Alan Dulles was the DCI, not from 81 to 87. He was the DCI from, I think, roughly 1953 until about 61 in the Bay of Pigs when John F. Kennedy fired him. You know what their profession was? Wall Street lawyers at the law firm of Sullivan and Cromwell, which is today the most powerful law firm on Wall Street.
Anybody heard of Cromwell? Sullivan Cromwell?
Bill
It's a big
Casey,
name.
the man we just saw the
It's actually a big name.
memo addressed to. We know he was Ronald Reagan's DCI. What did Bill Casey do for Richard Nixon? He was chairman of the Securities and Exchange Commission. Stanley Sporkin, one of my favorite turkeys, was CIA General Counsel during the 80s. He used to email back and forth with Oliver North. Dear Stanley to Ollie, Stanley to Ollie. It was very funny. Okay? Do you know what he did before he became? No, he was the General Counsel to the SEC. Securities and Exchange Commission, charged with monitoring all securities transactions. David Daugherty, CIA General Counsel after Stanley Sporkin. You know what he does today? The Executive Vice President of the New York Stock Exchange.
This is dense,
For
but bear with it.
Isn't that great?
Bear with it. If he's losing you, it's okay. Just bear with
And
it.
then we have a gentleman by the name of A.B. Buzzy Krongard, and we're going to hear a lot about Buzzy Krongard tonight. Buzzy Krongard is currently the CIA Executive Director. The top three positions are DCI, Director of Central Intelligence, DDI, Deputy Director of Intelligence, and Executive Director. Buzzy Krongard was, until 1998, the head of an investment bank called A.B. Brown. A.B. Brown is involved in insider trading connected to September the 11th. He's a Wall Street
That's
banker.
right. That's right. Which I think is very, very important when you see it from the perspective of
As a matter of
2003.
fact,
You know, through this lens.
6
In
out
hindsight,
of 7
this is fucked.
of the first deputy directors of intelligence came
Yeah.
to CIA from Wall
Yeah.
Street. The mission of the CIA
It's
is
like I
to
said,
control
who gives
money
a
and
fuck about
cash
us?
flow for the benefit not of
Aside
you and me,
from
but for the
us.
benefit of the banks and the stock brokerage houses and all of the interests that control U.S. politics. Now, the U.S. economy is in deep trouble. But the level of criminality in this government and in this country has become so overt in the last 2 years that the stink is becoming hard for people to ignore. This is a story from the Associated Press, June 27th, 1999.
2003
New York
people.
Stock Exchange chief, that's a guy by the name of Dick Grasso, hops on an airplane in New York City and flies to Bogota, Colombia, hops in an armor-plated limousine and drives up to the foothills in the mountains that are occupied by the FARC guerrillas, who occupy a third of Colombia. They tax the cocaine. Everybody in Colombia deals drugs. But what did he ask them to do? He asked the FARC guerrillas to invest their drug profits in Wall Street. There's an AP story right there. He didn't say stop dealing drugs, it's bad for our kids. He said, let us manage your drug money. The FARC said, we think we would rather keep our money in Colombia for the benefit of Colombians. Why should we send it to New York? And what happened a year later was Bill Clinton announced Plan Colombia. And don't get me wrong here, Colombia is on the list of countries where this administration is planning to go to war because there's also oil there.
Which hasn't really panned out.
Still laying a foundation, but we're getting ready
Plans
to move
have
into
changed,
September
apparently.
11th. Let's look at a little history of the Bush family. I'm having a lot of fun. Okay. This is from a book
Me
called
too.
The Unauthorized Biography of George Bush, which is an extremely well-researched book. And everything that they put in here is sourced. If we go to George Herbert Walker Bush's father, Prescott Bush, he was the managing director of a firm called Brown Brothers Harriman during the 30s and 40s. Brown Brothers Harriman financed
Russia
Adolf
too,
Hitler
apparently.
before and during World War II.
Diamonds also largely
Brown
come from
Brothers
Russia as
Harriman
well.
got involved with the Hamburg steamship line.
Well,
They
yeah,
got
sure.
involved with a number of companies and front organizations that channeled money directly to Adolf Hitler, and they did not stop that relationship when the war began. As a matter of fact, one particular firm, it was a bank, affiliated, it was the Union Bank, affiliated with the Thyssen, that's T-H-Y-S-S-E-N, Steel Trust, managed by Prescott Bush, produced 50.8% of Nazi Germany's pig iron, 41.4% of Nazi Germany's universal plate, 36% of Nazi Germany's heavy plate, 38.5% of Nazi Germany's galvanized steel, 45.5% of Nazi Germany's pipes and tubes, 22% of Nazi Germany's wire, and 35% of Nazi Germany's explosives. It was so egregious and offensive that we find that in 1942, under the Trading with the Enemy Act, the U.S. government took over the Union Banking Corporation, in which Prescott Bush was a director, and they seized the assets. That's our current president's grandfather. Now we know that
Stop me when he's
our
lying.
current president's father went out of his way to arm Saddam Hussein. How many people remember Iraqgate? I have an excellent story on that. There's monstrous, wonderful sourcing on the fact that George Herbert Walker Bush created the enemy which he fought in 1991. And so it is currently with Osama bin Laden.
Yeah, I mean, where the fuck do we get? Where do they get all their
Now, How
Toyotas
important is drug money?
and AK-47s and makeshift M4s?
The International Monetary Fund published a report in January of this year showing that $1.5 trillion, trillion with a T, a year is laundered through the world banking system. Of that, according to Le Monde and according to the U.S. Department of Justice, it's very safe to say that $500 billion to $600 billion of that is directly the result of the drug trade. Why is drug cash important? How many people here have a credit card? All right, now I want you to be real truthful when you answer this. When you open your credit card bill every month, what do you look at first? I want everybody to look first at the total balance owing on the card. Raise your hand. How many of you look first at the minimum monthly payment required? How many of you pay your credit cards off in full every month? I'm impressed. The point is that the United States economy, and I was at an economic conference in Moscow in March of this year, has derivatives. Derivatives are anything that's not related to anything of value. It's like stock futures, it's calls, it's puts, it's options, it's has a derivatives bubble of $300 trillion. 20 trillion of that alone is connected to JP Morgan Chase, which is about ready to go under thanks to Enron. And watch that very closely, okay?
Yeah, let me shut up. Is this making sense to everybody? Should we slow down here? Let me know. This is 2003, Martin. This is 2003.
Just in March of this year, we had a wonderful piece of evidence come up from Senator Carl Levin's minority report to the Senate Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations, and it was a report on correspondent banks and money laundering. Now, this is a story from the Washington Post dated February 5th. It says, inattention and disinterest by U.S. banks in screening the foreign banks they take as clients has allowed rogue foreign banks, not rogue, and their criminal clients to carry on money laundering and other criminal activity in the United States and to benefit from the protections afforded by the safety and the soundness of the U.S. banking industry, said Senator Carl Levin of Michigan. Specifically mentions J.P. Morgan Chase.
Safety and soundness.
On the next page, 4,000 offshore banks to launder money into the United States, $1 trillion laundered annually. That's conservative. Money laundered in which the Clinton administration declared a national security threat. Not true. It's a national asset as far as Wall Street is concerned. Carl Levin said $500 billion moved through the U.S. banking system in drug money every year. That's liquid cash. And you want to know how important liquid cash is? There's a saying. One of my dear friends and colleagues and mentor, Catherine Austin Fitts, is a former Assistant Secretary of Housing. She was a managing director of Dillon Reed on Wall Street. She says cash flow is everything. And in an economy that's on the verge of a major implosion, without cash flow, the crash is guaranteed. Now, CIA's role is to make sure that as much of that drug money comes through the U.S. economy as possible.
I'm surprised we're still alive. I truly am.
When I was a little girl,
Great, good.
I grew up at 48th and Larchwood in West Philadelphia, and the Solari Index was 100%. The Solari Index is the index that I use to describe the well-being of a neighborhood.
They're backing everything with liquid
cash. It's the percent of people in a neighborhood
cash.
who believe that a child can leave their home, go to the nearest place.
If you have I'm so sorry to cut her off. If you have foreign investors and all of you are investing in each other, you actually have to have something to offer that isn't just fucking paper and confidence. You have to trade something of value. And this is really important. If you're trading on an international level, fuck currency. If you're talking to the people who are actually making money off of this, if you're talking about people who are like supposed to be royal, right? I mean like to the point of like royal wealth. You have to be able to trade something that isn't just paper backed by confidence. It might mean something within your internal American economy. That's certainly true, of course. We're all confident in our economy. But internationally, if you want to trade with China, Russia, Africa, you have to actually trade something that they will also be able to use physically. You know, like gold, silver, nickel, iron, things that actually have applications that you can make money from. This is how fucking economies really work. I mean, let's talk about it. You guys want to talk about bullshit digital money that can all be settled? I mean, let me stop. Let me not get that deep about it. But the general surface point that I very strongly agree with is that if you're dealing with trade, and if you're dealing with trade internationally, you have to have something to offer. And a currency that is simply just notes, it's not good enough. You have to give a country something that it can use if you want that country to actually consider it valuable currency. It used to be. Now it's not. And apparently nobody cares. Why?
To buy a popsicle and come home shop at 48th and Larchwood in West Philadelphia, and the Solari Index was 100%. The Solari Index is the index that I use to describe the well-being of a neighborhood. It's the percent of people in a neighborhood who believe that a child can leave their home, go to the nearest place to buy a popsicle, and come home alone safely.
Just
it was unthinkable that a child wasn't safe at 48th and Larchwood in West Philadelphia in the 1950s. The Solari index was 100%, and the Dow Jones index was probably about 500. Today, it's reversed. The Dow Jones index is very high at about 10,000, and the Solari index is at very low in West Philadelphia and very low throughout the United States. And why is that? It's because one of the ways that we've financed the growth of multinational corporations and big banks and the rise of the Dow Jones is by selling narcotics to our children. It's one of the most profitable businesses in America. About a year ago, I gave a speech called How the Money Works on Organized Crime to a wonderful group of people in Philadelphia. They have a conference every year. They go off into the woods for about 3 days and talk about how they can help our culture, our world spiritually evolve. So I gave my presentation on how the money works as organized crime, describing what is arguably the biggest, most profitable industry in the United States today. And towards the end, we were discussing the fact that the Department of Justice estimates that the United States is the leader in laundering organized crime profits of about $500 billion to $1 trillion a year. So I asked the audience, what would happen if we stopped being the worldwide leader in laundering $500 billion to $1 trillion a year? And they said, well, you know, if we stopped, our mutual funds would go down in price, the stock market would crash. I said, well, what else would happen? So they said, well, you know, we might have trouble financing the government deficit because, in fact, the people who control 50 years of accumulated profits, that's a lot of capital that we need to finance our deficit. So I said, okay, well, I'll tell you what, let's pretend there's a big red button right up here on the lectern right in front of me. And if you push that button, you can stop all organized crime in America, and you can stop America laundering $500 billion to $1 trillion of organized crime profits every year. Who here will push the button? And out of 100 people, only one person would push the button. And I said, okay, so what you're saying is you want a whole armada of people to sell drugs to your children and grandchildren to keep your mutual funds up and your government checks coming. And they said, yes, that's right. Now, there are many ways to change that. There are many ways to re-engineer our financial system and our resources so that the Solari index and the Dow Jones can be friends. So that when we get the Solari index to go up by making sure our neighborhoods are safe for children, the real estate can go up in value, the small businesses go up in value. There are many ways to make the Solari index and the Dow Jones friends. But before we can do that, before we can have that conversation, we have to face what's happening. We have to face that we are addicted to drug profits, because if we can't face it, God can't fix it.
Okay. This is a copy of the cover sheet of the report. It's on the World Wide Web. If you want to go search for it, you can just look for the report on correspondent banking. Okay, and that's a copy of the report. It's an incredible read. What they don't tell you in there, of course, is that the U.S. economy is dependent upon that drug money, among other things. Now let's go a little further. Gotta love this. If this gentleman down here in the black jacket walks into a bank with a deposit of $10,001, does everybody understand that the bank has to fill out a report and send it to the U.S. Treasury indicating that he might be a money launderer? But did you happen to know that under U.S. laws, there are certain classes of business that are exempt from making currency transaction reports? Included in those are a bank, obviously, a department or agency of the U.S. government. CIA does not have to fill out currency transaction reports. An entity established under the laws of any state, but you come down to this one. A listed entity other than a bank whose common or analogous equity interests are listed on the New York Stock Exchange or American Stock Exchange, or designated as a NASDAQ national market security. If you have a company that trades on Wall Street, you can launder all the money you want to. It's legal. Gee. Now I'm just laying a little groundwork here for you before we get to September 11th. We're getting there. Just last year, a group of companies were called in to meet with Janet Reno, who's not probably the most ethical person that ever lived. And Secretary of State Stewart, Deputy Treasury Secretary Stuart Eizenstat.
Maybe not.
And these companies, Hewlett-Packard, Ford, Sony, General Motors, Whirlpool, General Electric, and Philip Morris were called into the Department of Justice for the amount of drug money they were laundering. Basically, the message was, you guys cool it. Okay? It's getting like out of hand. Now, let me ask a question. This gentleman right here, what's your name?
Kevin.
Kevin. Kevin is a drug lord. Kevin is the is the king of all drugs in South America. Okay? All right. And let's say this young lady right down here with the glasses. What's your name? Rhonda. Rhonda is the executive vice president of General Motors for the Southern Hemisphere, or South America. Okay? Kevin, you call up Rhonda one day and you say, I'd like 100 Chevy Suburbans, armor-plated, custom built, at $30,000 each, and I'll pay cash. Rhonda, what are you going to say to that offer? All right. All right. Now, Kevin's got money that he can't spend because it's drug money. But now he's got 100 Chevy Suburbans. But let's say now that, the gentleman with his hand on his chin right there. Yeah, right there. What's your name? No, you. What's your name?
Gentleman with his
Brian.
chin right there.
Brian is Jack Welch, the chairman of General Electric. Okay? Now, Kevin, you're really good. Okay? You got $200 million that you got to move. Okay? So you call up Jack Welch's assistant, special accounts assistant. You say, I'd like to open in South America Kevin's Appliances. I'd like to buy $200 million of everything GE has, because I'm going to open this appliance store and I'll pay you cash. Now, Jack Welch at GE, what do you say? Right on. Let's do this deal. Now, by the way, who owns NBC? General Electric. MSNBC, CNBC, all the NBCs.
Is that still true?
Okay. Now let's
Does
just
General
take a look
Electric
at that for one
still
quick second.
own all of those? Is that
very
still
quickly,
true? I'm not
price
sure.
to earnings ratio, P to E, market capitalization. It's very simple. If you have a company that has 10,000 shares, and each share sells for $10, did I say 1,000 shares? 1,000 shares, $10. Your market capitalization is $10,000. You multiply the share price by the number of shares. Market capitalization.
I wasn't sure if that's still the case.
You divide
if
that
that's still
by
the case,
net profits.
hey.
In other words, what
still-
you sell
they're still
less the
alive
cost
and
of
thriving.
doing business, and you come up with the ratio. This is how they value the stock market. Okay, so if you have a company that has a $300 million market capitalization and a $10 million net profit, the price to earnings is 30. The POP is 30. And that's about right. And by the way, the current Dow Jones Industrial Average is overpriced by about 2/3. Okay? Now, if you have this 30-to-1 ratio, if I add another $1 million, my pen went dry. If I add another $1 million and make that 2, what happens to this number? Becomes 60. All right? Now, the lady in red down here, who's looking away from me. Ma'am, what's your name? Karen. Karen owns an orange juice company. Makes the best orange juice in the world. And I owe all of what I'm teaching you now to Catherine Austin Fitz. And she's just she has a wonderful website at solari.com, and we'll put those up before I leave.
It's bad.
You make incredible orange juice.
But it's invaluable
the best orange
information.
juice in the world. It's fairly priced. Karen's orange juice, right? Okay. You
And
have
there's
$1 million
no other way to get
net
it aside
profit
from
a
getting
year.
the book or
now, let's say
being here.
this young lady down here in the glasses with the light green sweater. What's your name? That's you.
It's gonna
What's
be
your
Karen.
name? Chris. Chris is the chief executive officer of PepsiCo, which
We are
owns a small
revitalizing
orange juice
Karen
company
as a
called
legitimate
Tropicana.
character in 2021.
Okay. You see her company with $1 million in net profit. How much, and your price to earnings is 30-to-1. How much are you willing to pay for that? How much are you willing to pay for her company? Would you pay $29 million? Yeah, because the minute you bought her company for $29 million, your stock value goes up $30 million. How do Wall Street executives get paid? In stock. and you watch very closely the Bush administration's plan for economic recovery, it's all handouts to the corporation, which will go directly to boost their pop, which will put hundreds of millions of dollars in the pockets of executives. Has anybody noticed the Bush administration has not offered one single aid plan for any unemployed airline worker?
Bear with it.
All right, let's get down and dirty here.
Bear with it.
One more thing. Remember that guy, John Deutsch, that I had fun with? Okay. Well, right now
Here, if
he's
you
on
want
the
to make
board
it
of
lower,
directors of Citibank.
maybe this will help. Are there closed captions?
Along
no.
with the former executive director
Sorry.
of the CIA, who is not on the board.
This is
but
hard
she's
to
very
find
highly
and hard to
placed
get in
executive,
this kind of
Nora
quality on its own,
Slatkin.
believe me.
John Deutsch, of course, is as crooked as the rest of them.
Sure.
Also on the board of Citibank is a guy named Robert Rubin, former U.S. Secretary of the Treasury.
better?
Yes, thank you. He deserves all the hisses he can get. Well, in May of this year, Citibank announced a $12 billion cash purchase of a Mexican bank called Banamex. Second largest bank in Mexico, also a
Should I make it lower, or is that okay?
and I mean documented, drug money laundering bank that was exposed in a Mexican newspaper. Roberto Hernandez, this is him, gets a seat on Citibank's board of directors, and yet this is what's going on his property. He owns thousands of acres near Cancun.
Look at that
In Mexico.
shit!
The locals call it the Cocaine Peninsula. There's hundreds of photographs. He lost two lawsuits in Mexico.
Oh, fuck
And then
me.
my friend Al Giordano, who publishes a great website called www.narconews.com, wrote a great story about the Mexican paper stories, and Hernandez sued Giordano in New York, and he's going to lose that lawsuit, by the way. Al Giordano's a brave journalist.
Ah. So technically, ladies and gentlemen, this is
But the point I'm
journalism.
making with this is that the criminality had gotten so out of hand by May of this year
Sounds good, Joel.
that
It goes
Citibank
away,
would
but
openly buy a known
I
drug money
understand.
laundering bank and put the drug money launderer on its board of directors. That's the need for drug cash in the U.S. economy right now. By the way, Citibank's record of involvement in drug money laundering is extremely well documented in the Wall Street Journal and the New York Times. It laundered some, I think, $300 or $400 million for Raul Salinas de Gortari, the brother of the former Mexican president. Now let's go to some
when
other
I
things
said
that are
dense,
going on
I
in the
meant
economy
dense,
so that we
but
set you up to understand what's
let
going
me know
on
if this
around
is hard to
September
follow
the
and we can
11th.
kind of slow it down.
The U.S. economy is being looted. Anybody here remember the savings
I can
and loan
certainly
scandal?
condense it, but you know, I don't want to
You know, the
assume that
gang that's
people
in the
aren't
White House
following,
is the
so
same gang that brought us the savings and loan scandal.
be vocal if you'd like.
That took $500 billion out of your
Also,
pockets.
Happy New Year to anybody
well,
who's
here's
just
some
coming
new
in here.
developments in the
Hope y'all are
government. And
doing
by the
well.
way, I'm not a Democrat or a Republican. Bill Clinton's a sleazebag too. Okay? That so-called liberal put almost a million nonviolent drug offenders in prison to boost the shares of companies like Corrections Corporation of America and Wackenhut. He destroyed many of the welfare laws, and you know, one is not better than the other. But notice this. HUD loses, HUD, Housing and Urban Development,
This guy's a
$59
fucking
billion.
literal monster.
When was the last time you lost $59 billion? This was from testimony in Congress by Susan Gaffney, Inspector General of HUD. And you know what HUD said they did when they couldn't figure out where the money went? We made an adjustment in our checkbook. Where's that money going? You'll find out before
We made
Now,
an
if you thought that was
adjustment
bad,
in
the
our
Defense
checkbook.
Department cannot account for $1.1 trillion that seems to have vanished within the tangled system of financial accounting put in place by private contractors.
Martin, let's stop here for just a second. Weren't we just discussing this last time? Isn't this exactly what we were discussing last time? What's up? Did you hear that? Let me play that for you. You know what? Hang on. Let me just go ahead and let me just beat this dead horse into the fucking ground, okay? Hold on a second. Is this what it is? Is that... One second. Hold on, I think this is a different link. Because I just want to bring this up as context. It's crazy that I was able to find this. Hang on a second, stream. Is this it? Hang on a second.
Well, I don't know if it's true. Just wondered, do you feel the United States is winning the war on terrorism? To be seen. Clearly was Operation Northern Sun stop him from doing the beginning of a D program. We know he does have one, and he is continuing. Debatable. Individual.
I don't believe, hold on. Wow, this is crazy to, hang on, stream. We can't find this clip very easily. Hang on a second. Let me see if I can pull this up. Let's take a little bit of a breather, because that was very, very dense, but I'd like to pull this up for reference and then roll this back about 10 seconds, because this is a little bit important, and I have no idea why it's so hard for me to find this right now. We literally just played this on stream yesterday. Hang on a second. Dog. Here it is. Wow, this shit is fucking buried. How is this so hard to find? Oh my god. Well, stream, I'm glad at least you're here and we get to go over it together, because this is ridiculously hard to find. What the fuck? Hang on a second. Is this it?
Is closer to home. It's the Pentagon bureaucracy.
Here we go. All right. So let me, you know what? Everybody, let's take a little bit of a fucking breather. This is a lot. I have to go use the restroom. Give me 2 seconds and we'll be right the fuck back. Give me 2 seconds here. We'll keep this, we're going to go ahead and keep this playing, because this is kind of necessary. Jewel, if you're still here and lurking, if the volume is low, turn it up louder, because this is, you know, at least for the next few minutes. This is probably a little bit more pleasant than the feedback you were hearing in that interview. Give me a second, we'll be right back. Give me just a second here, folks. Let's actually just invite some people here. Happy New Year. No. What do you mean? I had to use the men's room. We're back. This track is fucking beautiful, though. We're gonna let this play out. We're definitely gonna let this play out for a little bit. Oh, is that the end of the song? Is that... Okay, I caught the better end of it. Or the better end of it. Depending on how you see it. Give me a second here. We're gonna pick up from right where we left off. Hope everyone's night is going well. We are doing fantastically in here. We're having fun. We're trying to get that ass banned, boy. My cat is assed out. She's having a wonderful time. Bringing in 2021. She heard me say that. She just heard me say that. Okay. All right. Well, in any case, let's get back into the swing of things here. And let's, you know, just put pieces together here. Let's put definite pieces together here, because this needs to be brought up in conjunction with the main topic of conversation tonight. So, fat CIA secret shit. What do you think I was doing? Plotting back there?
Pentagon, the day before 9/11, Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld declared war, not on foreign terrorists.
The adversary is closer to home.
The adversary is closer to home.
The Pentagon bureaucracy.
He said money wasted by the military poses a serious threat.
In fact, it could be said that it's a matter of life and death.
Rumsfeld promised change, but the next day, the world changed. And in the rush to fund the war on terrorism, the war on waste seems to have been forgotten.
My 03 budget calls for more than $48 billion in new defense spending.
More money for the Pentagon when its own auditors admit the military cannot account for 25% of what it already spends.
According to some estimates, we cannot track $2.3 trillion in transactions.
2.3 trillion with a T. That's $8,000 for every man, woman, and child in America. To understand how the Pentagon can lose track of trillions, consider the case of one military accountant who tried to find out what happened to a mere 300 million.
We know it's gone.
Oh, we know it's
gone. But we
gone.
don't know what they spent it on.
Jim Minery, a former Marine turned whistleblower, is risking his job by speaking out for the first time about the millions he noticed were missing from one defense agency's balance sheets. Minery tried to follow the money trail, even crisscrossing the country looking for records.
The director looked at me and he says, "Why do you care about this stuff?" It took me aback, you know. My supervisor asked me why I care about doing a good job. So
he was reassigned.
What do you mean, why do you care about this stuff, right? Like, what do you mean, why do you care
writing
about
it
this
off?
stuff?
They got to cover it up. That's where the corruption comes in. They've got to cover up the fact
this
that
isn't
they
a
can't do their
surgery
job.
scat,
The Pentagon's Inspector General partially substantiated several of Minery's allegations, but could not prove officials tried to manipulate the financial statements. 20 years ago, Pentagon employee Franklin C. Spinney made headlines exposing what he calls the accounting games.
And then my
He's still
father
there,
stabbed
and although
me.
he does not speak for the Pentagon, he believes the problem has gotten worse.
Those numbers are pie in the sky. The books are cooked routinely year after year after year.
Retired Vice Admiral Jack Shanahan commanded the Navy's Second Fleet the first time Donald Rumsfeld served as Defense Secretary.
With good financial oversight, we could find $48 billion in loose change in that building without having to hit the taxpayers.
In the 2.5 minutes since this report began,
Is this
the Pentagon has
blowing
spent
anybody
nearly
else's
$2 million.
mind? I mean, seriously, please,
And it
you know,
may
I
never
don't
know
comment
that
or not, but like, ask
25%
yourself,
of
is
those
this
tax
isn't
dollars
this
went
blowing anybody else's
in Los
fucking
Angeles.
mind?
I'm
What
Vince
it-
Gonzalez
we don't know what they
for
spent
Eye
it
on
on.
America.
It's our job to know what they spent it on. We don't know what the fuck they spent it on. And then if you weren't here for yesterday's stream, in terms of we don't know what the fuck, I'm sorry for being so lively about this, but we don't know what the fuck they spent it on, right? In when was this? 2006, and this was released in 2000, right around that area, between 2001 and 2006, for that whole fucking debacle, right? Point being, we don't know what we spent it on, but at the same time, now come, you know, the circa 2017, you have this thing that I'm just gonna keep on coming back to, like an annoying fly that just won't leave your room. Is this shit? This is partially. Shut up. There's a whole fleet of them. Look on the ASA. Shut up. Where's the phone? Shut your goddamn mouth. This is what they spent it on. Alright? This. Partially this. And a whole bunch of other shit. So it's like a continuum. It's like if you're just watching the news and you have this very, very critical, very paranoid eye like I have about it, like, this is what's happening. That's what they spent it on. So, you know what I mean? Like, I can't, you know, almost like a child, just go back to, here, I'll just let this play in the background. Here, where does it start?
Pentagon,
Start slowly.
the day before 9/11, Secretary
stare
of
at this-
Defense
just
Donald
stare at this
Rumsfeld
title.
declared war, not on foreign terrorists.
The adversary is closer to home. It's the Pentagon bureaucracy.
He said money wasted by the military poses a serious threat.
In fact, it could be said that it's a matter of life and death.
Rumsfeld promised change, but the next day, the world changed. And in the rush to fund the war on terrorism,
that.
the war on waste seems to have been
Fucking
forgotten.
decades later, you have
Calls for
shit
more
like
than
this. You have the
$48 billion.
You have the normalizing of exotic technologies being within humanity's grasp decades later, while at the same time they're doing crazy shit like this circa 2001. This is the only thing that I'm
More
saying.
money
This is
for
how
the
it's all coming
Pentagon
together.
when its own
Like,
auditors admit the military cannot account for 25% of what it already spends.
Bullshit.
According to some estimates,
Bullshit.
we cannot
It's going
track
here.
$2.3 trillion in transactions.
2.3 trillion.
and
with
to
a
whatever the
T.
fuck,
That's
you know,
$8,000
whatever the
for
fuck
every
this
man,
branches
woman,
off
and
into,
child in
right?
America.
Like, that's what's happening. Let's
to
be real.
understand how the Pentagon can lose track of trillions,
It's not that complicated.
consider the case of one military accountant who tried to find out what happened to a mere 300 million.
We know it's gone, but we don't know what they spent it on.
Jim Minery, a former Marine turned whistleblower, is risking his job by speaking out for the first time about the millions he noticed were missing from one defense
You know what I
agency's
mean?
balance sheets.
Like, that's what my
Minery
mind is
tried to
doing.
follow the money
Like,
trail,
that's literally
even
what my
crisscrossing
mind
the
is
country
doing. My mind is
looking
just
for
sitting there like,
The director looked at me and he says, "Why do you care about this stuff?" It took me aback, you know. My supervisor asked me why I care about doing a good job. So
He was reassigned and says officials then covered up the problem by just writing it off.
they got to cover it up. That's where the corruption comes in. They got to cover up.
like, that's
the fact
my
that they can't
impression
do
of
the
me.
job.
The Pentagon's
And what,
Inspector
like,
General
that's
partially
why I
substantiated
wanted to talk
several
about
of
this shit to
Minery's
begin with.
allegations,
You know what I mean?
but
It's
could
just a
not prove
continuum
officials
of
tried
shit.
to manipulate the financial statements.
It's a continuum of
20
shit.
years ago, Pentagon employee Franklin C. Spinney
There's a
made
narrative.
headlines
There's a whole
exposing
narrative
what
here.
he calls the accounting games. He's still there, and although he does
There's a whole narrative here. Anyway, back to what we're talking about. Let me just rewind this back about 10 seconds.
You know who the private system of finance for 1.1. Now, if you thought that was bad, the Defense Department cannot account for $1.1 trillion that seems to have vanished within the tangled system of financial accounting put in place by private contractors. You know who the private contractors are? Lockheed Martin and DynCorp. Okay? HUD. Oh, I dropped a microphone. I have more microphones on me than the FBI has in my living room. This is from a very great reporter, a very courageous woman who had served on Capitol Hill for many years and became an investigative reporter named Kelly O'Meara, who writes for the Washington Times Insight magazine. I know it's owned by Moon, but Kelly does fabulous work, and she's written a great piece on civil rights after the September 11th attack. The point is that $4.4 trillion in adjustments to the Pentagon books had to be cooked to compile the required financial statements, and that $1.1 trillion of that amount could not be supported by any reliable information.
He's both.
There's one thing I got to do.
It's literally everything I'm aspiring to be right now.
September the 11th and what's happening since.
Quite literally.
It's easy to say that this is a war about oil, and you're going to know more about it than you did when you came in here. When you leave. The entire world economy is on the brink of a major collapse. 2 days before the attacks on the World Trade Center, I issued an emergency bulletin to all of my subscribers. And by the way, there's a table over here, and those of you who would like to subscribe, we have the information there for you. I'll put a website up. We also have videotapes of a lecture on Wall Street's War for Drug Money, which is like 2 hours on what I did with the economy that I gave at the USC School of International Relations last December, and we have those tapes over there. I think Chris Milligan's over there somewhere. Chris, wherever you are. But I issued a bulletin saying that we were on the brink of an economic collapse that would make 1929 look like a picnic. And in the 3 weeks prior to the attacks, the Dow had dropped almost 900 points. Now, what we have seen since then, and you must understand this clearly, is that the Dow's so-called resurrection to close to 10,000 points is strictly the result of a massive infusion of cash from the U.S. Treasury, which is your cash, which is being given to the corporate executives and not to the people who have been laid off. And every time you see the Dow go up, you'd better believe that another 5,000, 10,000 people have lost their jobs.
We are also in a global financial crisis that began in 1998 with the collapse of the bond markets and hedge fund derivatives, the money laundering investigations, and the mega mergers in the financial industry. The war buildup after September 11th is now shifting resources from domestic needs to the defense establishment. This fulfills a Bush-Cheney campaign promise to boost defense spending.
But it is not sustainable for a number of reasons. And then this brings us into the issue of oil briefly, and we'll get into this more later. And basically is that oil production in the world is peaking. The last untapped major oil fields in the world are in two places, actually. First, Central Asia, and we'll get into that in depth. And second, guess where? In Colombia. Okay? And this is now a war, and this is now a moment in human history when the age of oil is nearing its end.
Do they have like a whole bunch
because world
of
population and demand world population and demand will exceed production sometime within roughly the next 10 years. And we're going to get into that for why. But now let's go back into the warnings about September the 11th. And I didn't do a lot of this, and we have time. Osama bin Laden is of course a Saudi Arabian by birth. His family is exceptionally wealthy. They own not only major construction companies, but they are heavy investors in high technology stocks like Nortel.
Stop me when he's lying.
Pepsi, I think, and Coca-Cola. They're into everything. They're very wealthy.
This is touchy, so stop me when he's lying.
In 1976,
we can totally do that.
Osama's older brother Salim bin Laden hired a man in Texas by the name of Jim Bath, who has CIA connections, to handle all the investments in the United States for the bin Laden family. Jim Bath also happens to be a personal, almost lifelong friend and former Air National Guard pilot with George W. Bush.
And immediately after Jim Bath made the arrangements took over the bin Laden family's finances, Jim Bath made a $50,000 investment in George W. Bush's first company, Arbusto Energy.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
The connections between the Bushes and the bin Ladens become much more clear as you move forward, and we have reported this in From the Wilderness. Again, I was using stories, and you'll see this. When George Herbert Walker Bush made trips to Saudi Arabia in 1998 and 2000 to meet with the Saudi royal family and to meet with the bin Laden family, which he finally acknowledged, along with former British Prime Minister John Major, on behalf of a company called the Carlyle Group, which is the 11th largest defense contractor in the country. Carlyle Group is a privately owned corporation. That means they do not have to report their ownership or financial activities to the SEC. Yet they provide all kinds of the highest technology equipment to the U.S. Pentagon.
Legitimately all over the place.
And Carlyle, of course, has made several, probably $1 billion, and will as a result of this war.
Raytheon also?
In that context, Osama bin Laden went to Afghanistan in 1979, 1980, maybe the early 80s, to fight the Russians, and he was supported by the CIA. And it's interesting to note that when the Russians invaded Afghanistan, 0%, and this is from Professor Alfred McCoy of the University of Wisconsin, who's also one of my subscribers, in a great book called The Politics of Heroin, 0% of the U.S. consumption of heroin came from Pakistan, Afghanistan before the Russian invasion. By 1985, 86, 40% of the heroin in the United States came from that region, all controlled by the Central Intelligence Agency. And Osama bin Laden came up under a guy named Gulbuddin Hekmatyar, who ran 6 heroin labs, all protected by the CIA and controlled by the agency. He has been a CIA asset for a long period of time. We'll see more about that. He is a CIA creation. Now we come to September 11th,
like a lot of
and we're going to go into a timeline here, and I have written several stories, and I was on the radio here with Sheila Hamilton at KPAM just a few days after the attacks, and I was saying the U.S. government knew these attacks were going to take place and did not stop them. And I keep building to that evidence, but I'm going to show you a couple of things now. Not by any means all of the evidence that I have of foreknowledge, but just a couple of telling points. Israeli security issued urgent warning to CIA of large-scale terror attacks. And this is a long story saying that the Israeli Mossad knew that the attacks were going to take place. They knew that the World Trade Center were the targets. This is from the British paper The Telegraph. Two senior experts with Mossad were sent to Washington in August to alert the CIA, and so on and so forth. This is just one of probably 24 examples that I have that are absolutely specific. Now bear in mind that if what I'm showing you is known overtly through the media, how much more does our $30 billion intelligence community know? There's a recurring theme out there that maybe the Israelis did this. You hear that in some right-wing circles. Horsepucky. They didn't do it. They were warning the U.S. hand over fist, and the U.S. did not listen because it needed the attacks. And you will be convinced of that. But here's one of the most telling pieces of evidence that I found. We reviewed the list of former tenants of the World Trade Center at the online Wall Street Journal site, and there's the website. It is an alphabetical list of tenants. Scroll to the very bottom and notice the moving date for the office of Zim American Israeli Shipping to Norfolk, Virginia. They were in the World Trade Center. They must have had Mossad's input because they vacated 1 week before September the 11th, and they broke their lease.
If necessary.
The Israelis didn't pull the attack, but they were smart enough to get their people out of the way. How come our government didn't do the same thing for us?
It's a lot of interesting supplemental evidence
into
to
the
this
heart
entire thing.
Of September the 11th. I picked up this document just a few days after the attacks, September 23rd. And it's from the Herzliya Institute for Counterterrorism. It is an Israeli counterterrorist think tank. Of course it's connected with the Mossad. And what they detailed This is from the October 15th issue of From the Wilderness. Between September 6th and 7th, the Chicago Board of Options
Did you guys see that woman with the orange?
purchases-
Did you see that woman with the orange hair? She completely cannot handle it. She cannot bear this at all. I'm gonna go like, I'm holding my face, yes, just because of all the context that I'm considering, sure. But this woman is going through it. Did you stream?
4,744 put options
Stream.
on United Airlines.
Stream.
Wilderness. The detailed.
Stream.
This is from the October 15th issue of From the Wilderness. Between
Like,
September
her head
6th and
hurts.
7th, the Chicago Board of Options Exchange
Her
saw
fucking
purchases
head
of
hurts.
4,744 put options on United Airlines and only 396 call options. A put option is basically a bet that the stock price is going to go down. It's a
Sorry, I was talking.
Option 15th issue of From the Wilderness. Between September 6th and 7th, the Chicago Board of Options Exchange saw purchases of 4,744 put options on United Airlines and only 396 call options. A put option is basically a bet that the stock price is going to go down. It's a contract that's entered into that's irrevocable. And let's say the gentleman in the suspenders, I do a put option deal with you to sell shares at $100 in 2 weeks, 4 months. 4 months is the standard, but you can write the contract for anything you want. And he's committed now to buy the shares for $100. Well, if I know that the attacks are going to take place, I don't have to deliver the shares until the contract matures. So if I know the stock is going to crash, he enters into a put agreement with me, agrees to buy the shares at $100. The next day the World Trade Center attacks happen. The stocks are selling for $20. I go buy the shares for $20, and he has to buy them for $100. That's how a put option works. That's a short version, okay?
Does everybody understand
so
that?
we saw 4,744 put options
following?
on United Airlines, but only 396 call options. On September the 10th, 4,500...
One of his friends said Rupert used facts to paint a picture he wanted to paint despite it not being true. Let's talk, okay. We can, I would absolutely love to talk about that. Was he specific?
116 put options, same deal, were placed on American Airlines, bought on the Chicago Exchange compared to only 748 calls. There were no other similar trades on any other airlines. And this level of put options was like 600 to 1,200% above normal for United and American Airlines. Now, just these trades alone, there were also put options placed on Merrill Lynch, which had 22 floors. Morgan Stanley had 22 floors, and Merrill Lynch had an offices near. Both were heavily impacted. Heavy put options there, heavy put options on reinsurance companies, Munich Reinsurance, the largest in the world, AXA Reinsurance in France, which owned 25% of American. Totally out of whack, absolutely spiking. There's another newsletter that says very clearly, by a guy by the name of Phil Erlanger, and this is his newsletter, that the insider trading may have cost $1 billion. Now just these ones that were identified, produced only $2.5 million in instant profits for somebody who knew the attacks were going to take place. Nobody claimed the profits. The San Francisco Chronicle caught it shortly thereafter, and nobody has claimed them since. And we don't know who made the trades.
Publicly, anyway.
But what did the Herzliya Institute...
Publicly, anyway. A retired LAPD intelligence officer, another FBI agent, and psychiatrist who agreed that Rupert's story may have been... I mean, on its face, it's already this guy's opinion, but okay. Because, again, I think, we can stop here and I guess ruminate on this for a little bit, but... Hold on. Let me take this a step at a time and see what's going on here. Who agree that Rupert's story may have been, quote, what he believes to be what he believes to be the truth, but that there is scant evidence to prove it. Each of these professionals professed both a measure of admiration and a measure of fear of Rupert, the series rep. I don't know. Does that hold any weight for you? So far, based on what I think he's laying out so far, does this kind of response mean anything really? With regards to the insider trading specifically. It shows what people thought of him, sure. Yeah. Right. Sure. I mean, those people are probably quick to think the same thing of anybody who would like to discuss insider trading that went down, regardless of the fact that there's a lot of information here to muster that you can actually validate for yourself and not have to take his opinion for. And at the same time, why I like his demeanor and why I like his approach and why I'm even, committing a just chatting stream to going over the entire thing here, which is very, very dense, is just particularly because he doesn't ask you to believe him. Like, it's actually the exact opposite. He's basically, he would implore you, if you read through his work, and I believe later on at the end of the lecture, even several times, he doesn't ask you to believe him. He's just literally showing you what maybe you might not have seen before and imploring you to do the same for yourself if you actually care. That's right. So I think at the end of the day, I mean, I appreciate that you bring that up because it is context for this conversation, but it's just very soft slander, no? There's no meat there. It's just kind of soft slandering to me. It's just me, but that's what it seems like to me. Anyway.
Institute for Counterterrorism tell us, but what did the Herzliya Institute for Counterterrorism tell us? It told us that the United Airlines put options were placed through the firm A.B. Brown. Do you remember A.B. Brown? A.B. Brown was the firm headed until 1998 by A.B. Buzzy Krongard, who is now the executive director of the Central Intelligence Agency. A.B. Brown was sold in 97 to Bankers Trust, then to Deutsche Bank, I think in 98 or 99.
I like that he uses the term sold.
That's
cool.
Deutsche Bank. Now, one thing that I know, that I have written heavily about, is that the CIA, the Mossad, and major intelligence services track all stock trading in real time. On my website, you'll see stories about Promise software, and it's very long to go into, but it's a very sophisticated software.
This he goes into heavily. He goes in heavy on this on his book, for sure.
It's been mated with artificial intelligence and is capable of integrating wide numbers of databases in different languages. You'll find this on my website at www.
So just to quickly stop here, he was actually one of the very, very first individuals to how do I put this, raise awareness that the surveillance state is increasing to like a Batman Dark Knight-ish degree. You know what I'm saying? Like he was really one of the first people there who can substantiate, also not just claim it, but who can actually substantiate the fact that, as you're going to see here, that like they've already had systems in 2003 and 2004 of basically, kind of tracking keystrokes at that point. And if you guys don't know what I mean, we can expand on that, but that's basically, fuck looking at what you're doing on your monitor. What they're literally doing is just having an entire digital record of every single time that you used a search engine, whatever kind of search engine, to be honest with you, unless you're really, really protecting your anonymity. But even then, I mean, what he's talking about is basically, it's basically having all of the knowledge against your opponent before they even know that they're in a battle. It's, you know, like if they're basically recording your keystrokes since 2003, imagine the massive surveillance state that we're in now in 2021 that, quite frankly, we don't have a real open window into. Like, there's not a lot of, I don't know, insight into exactly what kind of public profile any one particular organization has on you. I think we lightly touched on this last time. But I feel like it makes sense. You don't, you know, there are documentaries out there that we talked about before. I have to find the name of it. Where this one guy specifically, I don't know if I probably can't show it, but I'll find you guys the name, where he essentially tries to get an entire, I forget the name, he tries to get an entire record of everything that the internet has on him, in terms of all the private information, in terms of the interests that he has, like all the information, just basically the portfolio, you know what I mean? As if like you were a criminal, like you had a track record. That's basically what he was asking. Anything that a company has that he doesn't know about that is about him, more or less. And he was continuously denied that information. Imagine somebody having the power to log everything that you do in a very rudimentary way, but clearly in a way that's legible, in a way that can be translated to knowing exactly what you're doing. And then not legally not being forced to provide you with a record of all of that. And nobody's really talking about that. Nobody's really doing anything about that. Anyway, that's just my little sidebar.
VCIA at www.copvcia.com. Now, I know that CIA and Mossad track stock trades in real time, so if all these put options were placed on American and United, do you think that should have triggered some alarm inside the Central Intelligence Agency? But instead we find that the trades were placed through a firm that was once owned, managed by the guy who was the number 3 at CIA. This is just pieces of evidence now. I'm building the case. Now, again, we're building up some history here. In January of this year, the Taliban and Al-Qaeda destroyed the entire opium crop in Afghanistan. It's been verified by the United Nations, by the Drug Enforcement Administration, by ABC
like him,
News, by
exactly.
BBC, who put people on the ground. Afghanistan had been the world's largest producer
He's a prime
of opium,
example.
producing 70% of the world's heroin.
May he rest in peace. May he rest in fucking peace. Seriously.
The year 2000, in opium, people on the ground. Afghanistan had been the world's largest producer of opium, producing 70% of the world's heroin through the year 2000. In January, they destroyed their crop. Part of it was a price support. They had overproduced the year before, part of it, and they sold from their stockpiles. But there are no opium crops in Afghanistan right now. They've all been planted, of course, since the Bush administration and the CIA have lifted the ban, and everybody can go back to work and the CIA can move the heroin again.
I agree. There was an entire Vice documentary that he did that I was going to, of course, touch on after we got through all this material. There was an entire Vice documentary that he did, I think, right around shortly, I think it was 2013, something like that. Martin, if you can pull it up, please do. It was a year or two before his passing. And he, like, his mental state was just bad. He moved out to some kind of completely like he moved into like this social community kind of living situation at the end of his days, as far as I'm aware. He was doing podcasts. He was doing podcasts shortly before he passed away as well, and things seemed to be going better. Yeah, that one. Exactly, that one. Things seem to be the Apocalypse Man. Yeah, exactly. Thank you for posting the link. Things seem to be going a lot better for him spiritually. You could just tell that he was in a better place emotionally, of course. It seemed like he was in a place of acceptance versus a place where he was kind of fighting himself, or fighting, this clearly still in a way where he was just in it, like very in it. And strangely, we lost him shortly after that. Quote, I was there when he was filming it, and I just remember giggling a little bit because it's like he was putting on a face like his game face. He wasn't really like that. He was a sweetheart. He seemed so angry and mean, but that wasn't him at all. Yeah. Well, I don't know. It's somehow about it being hilarious. I don't know. Because this shit seems to really have hurt him. If you're right about this, right? Like, regardless of what you think about the validity of what he's talking about, just for a moment consider that he's mostly right, or that at least he's on the right track. Just, I guess for a moment, I think we should try to put ourselves in his shoes and think about what that does to you over the course of 30, 40 years. That would fuck me up. Like, personally, that would fuck me up. It's already fucked me up, and I'm not even a part of his life at all. This is just me kind of like sharing it with you. I mean, this is a deep part of, I feel about this very deeply. But you can clearly see how it's taken a toll on him. It's crazy that he laughed at that. That's very David Lynchy. Crazy.
Something that is not being reported in the U.S. press, but is getting quite wide coverage.
God, this audio is shit.
Europe.
I'm sorry.
And that is that the result of our backing the Northern Alliance in Afghanistan this year is to restore a heroin flow which would otherwise have been halved or more in the world, because the Taliban not only announced that they were going to outlaw planting, but their decree worked. There was no Taliban opium planted last year, and that meant a reduction of 90% in the amount of opium coming out of Afghanistan, and the 10% that was left represented a radical increase in the areas under Northern Alliance control. Now, if we had not gone into Afghanistan, this would have been the most effective reduction in the flow of heroin in the world since the DEA was created 30 years ago. But by going into Afghanistan, backing the Northern Alliance, we've now chased the Taliban out, and in all kinds of provinces where the farmers had started to plant wheat, they're now plowing up their fields and putting in opium instead. And the global drug authorities at the UN expect that we're going to go back to the record flow of opium that we've seen in the last couple of years.
But we heard right after the attacks on September 11th, Tony Blair saying, we will bomb the poppy fields. Well, there are no poppy fields.
They destroyed their crops. I was in Moscow, Russia in March of this year, and I found out that Uzbekistan, and we're going to get to Uzbekistan.
So just to be clear, I don't know if I have to reinforce this at all, but the Taliban doesn't want to grow any heroin. The one thing about Muslim extremists is that they're heavily against drug addiction. They're heavily against people that are weak to that sort of thing, and they don't accept it. They don't accept any kind of substance abuse at all. Like, we have to, like, you know, I mean, maybe it doesn't, I mean, maybe that's obvious to everybody, but I think it's a subtle point when we, if you really want to think about Afghanistan, that's what I'm saying. Motherfucker. But if you really want to think about Afghanistan, but listen, I mean, fundamentally, if you want to talk about Muslims who are committing terrorist acts, or if you want to talk, right, yeah, I mean, I guess that's the best way to put it. If you want to talk about Muslim extremists in terms of, you know, they're willing to go to great lengths to protect their cultural and religious preservation in insane ways. These particular type of cultural extremists, as far as I know, don't like drugs at all. Not even alcohol. If you drink, they'll fuck you up. Oh, maybe not fuck you up, but you will be forced to stop, like, selling alcohol. You will be forced to stop procuring any kind of, like, illicit, like, substances. You know what I mean? Halal, haram, like, it's absolutely haram. That's the entire thing. The entire idea that there would be so much opium coming out of Afghanistan, while at the same time, you know, believing, like, from an American perspective, that we're fighting the terrorists on their own turf in Afghanistan as a part of their population. It's just interesting to consider that we get all of our heroin from there. At least at the time. I can't speak for right now in 2021. Things have changed. But it's just an interesting relationship. I don't know how many of us go deeply into that relationship in our minds when we think about it. Like, if you really sit there and consider the fact that they're very, very much against this stuff, then what the fuck are we really doing there? Like, what the fuck does it really mean to have an American armed presence in Afghanistan that is working with the people of Afghanistan to preserve their poppy fields that the Taliban destroyed and doesn't want them to grow? There's something deeply interesting about this relationship. You want to color it as a war, but how? You're protecting their heroin fields and then shipping it back here. Is that the cops? But do you know what I mean?
That in a minute was awash in a sea of poppies. And what did I find also was that companies like Southern Air Transport, Evergreen, and other CIA-connected affiliates had been flying into and out of Tashkent. The CIA had been setting up operations. There were proprietary companies all over the place in Uzbekistan. So now we have the destruction of an opium crop, which does what? It takes cash out of the world's banking system. In conjunction with a stock market bubble, in conjunction with world oil prices or world oil production diminishing, and a huge bubble on Wall Street. Now we come to, this is just from recently, of course. This is from the October 5th. Afghan rebels, that's the Northern Alliance, our good friends. The Northern Alliance, who actually dominate the opium trade from the north of Afghanistan. Okay, now we've seen the recent stories saying that the poppy farmers are absolutely rejoicing because they've gone back to planting. So now we come back to the oil and drugs. There's an old saying, God equals gold, oil, and drugs. Okay? Testimony from February 12, 1998 in Washington, D.C. before the House International Relations Committee by John Maresca, Vice President of International Relations for UNICAL, which had been planning to build a pipeline for some time from the Central Asian oil fields of Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, all the stands, across Afghanistan, down to the Pakistani coast. It's a distance of about 1,500 miles. To a terminal where U.S. tankers would take the oil and gas and ship it to China and Japan, the largest emerging markets in the world. China's in the middle of a huge oil crisis.
Well, I'm sorry to stop it there and just cut him off. I don't mean to break the rhythm here, but the heroin crisis in the USA that you're talking about recently, I mean, was largely a pharmaceutical crisis. Rather in terms of who was manufacturing it and who was kind of going unchecked, from the way that I understand it. It was just going unchecked.
And the U.S. Wall Street is pouring money into China hand over fist. And he says in this, construction cannot begin construction until an internationally recognized Afghanistani government is in place. A recent study for the World Bank states that the proposed pipeline for Central Asia across Afghanistan and Pakistan to the Arabian Sea would provide more favorable netbacks, that's money in your pocket, folks, to oil producers. That's his testimony. Now, UNICAL put the pipeline on hold in 1999. They also hired a guy named Henry Kissinger to consult for them, which explains why Afghanistan has never been listed as a sponsoring terrorist nation.
You guys know who Henry Kissinger is? Do we have to do this? Do we have to do this? We know who he is. I'm sure the people who are following along here, we know who he is. Okay.
Isn't that strange? The head of all the terrorists in the world, and the biggest country has never been listed. Okay, U.S. companies to invest in Pakistan oil and gas sectors. This is from a Pakistani newspaper, the Frontier Post. The date is, what is the date? October 10th. And what this says, now October the 10th is after we've gone to war, after the attacks on World Trade Center, after we know, is anybody surprised at how quickly we kind of won in Afghanistan? Okay. Well, the war's been planned for 4 years, and I'm saving the best for last, but the U.S. ambassador to Pakistan met with the Pakistani oil minister and briefed the ambassador on the proposed Turkmenistan-Afghanistan Pakistan gas pipeline, and said that this project opens up new avenues of multidimensional regional cooperation, particularly in view of the recent geopolitical developments in the region.
For the rest of the stream, I'm just gonna go ahead and use this as just a funny artifact to keep coming back to. This is now a meme in this channel.
Gee, the pipeline that was blocked is now back on full tilt just days after we started the bombing. Suspicious. Okay, maybe I haven't convinced you of everything, but we're just getting warmed up now. This is how Afghanistan went unlisted as a terror responser. This is the story that I found, and it says right here, UNICAL hired former State Department insiders, former Secretary of State Henry Kissinger, former Special U.S. Ambassador John. The guy was also, I didn't see that. The UNICAL guy was also a special ambassador. And Robert Oakley, a former U.S. ambassador to Pakistan. You're going to love where Henry Kissinger turns up in this, by the way. All right. This is one other thing about Kissinger. Chinese oil firm picks Kissinger as advisor. This is from November 4th, thank you. The Chinese National Offshore Oil Company has hired Henry Kissinger to head its foreign advisory board. Now Kissinger's got the Pakistan end and he's got the China end of this oil pipeline. Who does Henry Kissinger front for?
Rockefeller.
Very good. David Rockefeller. Who's that? Zbig Brzezinski. Zbigniew Brzezinski.
He's butchering his name, but yes.
Was counselor for strategic and international studies, professor of American foreign policy at Johns Hopkins, national security advisor to President Jimmy Carter, trustee and founder of the Trilateral Commission, member of the Council on Foreign Relations, international advisor to several major corporations, associate of Henry Kissinger, also worked for Ronald Reagan in intelligence capacities.
I guess that's true,
Co-chairman
too.
of the Bush National Security Advisory Task Force in
I guess that's
1988.
true as well.
What a guy. Z-Big.
Z-Big.
Now.
There you go. Just call him Z-Big. Call him Z. That's a great. Just use his nickname, dude.
If you want to get really, 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 really angry, go buy this book. It's called The Grand Chessboard: American Primacy and Its Geostrategic Objectives, written by Zbigniew Brzezinski in 1997. I'm going to read you some quotes from that book. Page XII, it's the very first words in the book. The last decades of the 20th century has witnessed a tectonic shift in world affairs. For the first time ever, a non-Eurasian power has emerged not only as a key arbiter of Eurasian power relations, but also as the world's paramount power. The defeat and collapse of the Soviet Union was the final step in the rapid ascendance of a Western Hemisphere power, the United States as the sole and indeed the first truly global superpower. Page XII, it's in the preface. But in the meantime, he says, it is imperative that no Eurasian challenger, Eurasia is everything in between roughly east of Germany all the way to the Pacific Ocean, south through the Indian subcontinent, and includes the Middle East. It's imperative that no Eurasian challenger, by that he means Russia or China, emerges capable of dominating Eurasia and thus of also challenging America. The formulation of a comprehensive and integrated Eurasian geostrategy is therefore the purpose of this book, Geostrategy, Eurasia. The attitude of the American public toward the external projection of American power has been much more ambivalent. The public supported America's engagement in World War II largely because of the shock effect of the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. Gets worse. For America, the chief geopolitical prize is Eurasia. Now a non-Eurasian power, that's us, is preeminent in Eurasia, and America's global primacy, isn't that arrogant? America's global primacy is directly dependent on how long and how effectively its preponderance on the Eurasian continent is sustained. What he's saying is that if the U.S. wants to stay top dog, we have to control Eurasia. America's withdrawal from the world, or because of the sudden emergence of a successful rival, would produce massive international stability. It would prompt global anarchy. You know what he's saying there? Yeah, a little global anarchy would probably be a damn good thing right now. What he's saying there is, if we don't control the world by whatever means necessary, the world's going to be miserable. He didn't ask my opinion. Did he ask yours? Okay. In that context, how America manages Eurasia, do we manage people around the world? Is that our job? Is critical. Eurasia is the globe's largest continent and is geopolitically axial. A power that dominates Eurasia would control 2 of the world's 3 most advanced and economically productive regions. A mere glance at the map also suggests that control over Eurasia would almost automatically entail Africa's subordination, rendering the Western Hemisphere and Oceania, that's Australia for all of you non-academics, geopolitically peripheral to the world's central continent. About 75% of the world's people live in Eurasia, and most of the world's physical wealth is there as well, both in its enterprises and underneath its soil. Eurasia accounts for 60% of the world's GNP and 3/4 of the world's known energy resources. 2 basic steps are thus required. First, to identify the geostrategically dynamic Eurasian states that have the power to cause a potentially important shift in the international distribution of power, and to decipher the central external goals of their respective political elites and the likely consequences of their seeking to attain them. Second, to formulate specific U.S. policies to offset, co-opt, and/or control the above. The man is talking about co-opting, controlling, managing, subverting nations and peoples and economies. To put it in a terminology
should we
that
slow
harkens
down?
back to the more brutal age of ancient empires, the 3 grand imperatives of imperial, listen to this, of imperial geostrategy are to prevent collusion and maintain security dependence among the vassals, to keep tributaries pliant and protected, and to keep the barbarians from coming together. That's on page 40. I'm telling you, you got to buy the book. Now we get really serious. On page 95, Uzbekistan, with its much more ethnically homogeneous population of approximately 25 million, and its leaders emphasizing the country's historic glories, has become increasingly assertive in affirming the region's new post-colonial status. He saw the first step in this as diminishing the ability of Russia to reassert the dream of the Soviet Union. All the stands in Central Asia were once part of the Soviet Union. The borders were drawn arbitrarily by Lenin and Stalin. And he saw one of the most important steps was to prevent Russia from asserting any control in the region, which we did. You know how we did it? Over the last decade, thanks to Goldman Sachs, the Harvard Endowment, the US Treasury and the Federal Reserve, the World Bank, we looted $300 billion out of the Russian economy. $300 billion. I was there. The Russian population was, what, 64 million at the fall of the Soviet Union. The population of Russia is today 145 million. In another 10 years, it will be 130 million.
In another 10 years, it'll be 130 million. That was in 2013-ish, roughly, right? It's Russia's current population. Oh. Oh, hang on. Are these... Hang on. Things are looking kind of okay, ladies and gentlemen. Things are looking kind of okay. Things have happened a little bit better recently. We're at 144.37 million as of 2019. According to Putin. Right? That sounds close. Anyway.
The average life expectancy of a male in Russia has dropped to 48 years. Thanks to the economic devastation, the ruin we visited on their economy,
fact-check
it was
that.
a deliberate plan to weaken Russia so that it couldn't challenge our move into Eurasia a decade later. It helps if you see this on the map. Okay, Russia, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan.
He's not off the mark, ladies and gentlemen. That's actually kind of crazy to think about. Hold on a second. The average life expectancy in Russia right now. So after, like, you know, I mean, Russia's gotten a lot. I feel like over the years, correct me if I'm wrong, but Russia has gotten a little bit more stable, and they've really been working on developing the massive losses that they've incurred over the decades. And now, still, the average life expectancy in 2018 in Russia for a male is 66. That's fucking low, dog. That's fucking low. Female 77. That's another stream topic altogether, I think. Whoa. All right.
Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, Iran, Afghanistan, Pakistan.
Let's head back, I'm sorry.
On the map. Asia a decade later. It helps if you see this on the map. Okay, Russia, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, Iran, Afghanistan, Pakistan, India, and China. Now, the proposed oil route is from here to here, 1,500 miles. China can't build it because it's 5,000 miles, and they don't have the technology to build it. We do, thanks to a company named Halliburton.
Halliburton is another big one, that's right.
Which was chaired with the CEO was Dick Cheney.
Yeah, Raytheon, I think Dick Cheney was in Raytheon as well.
Okay, they're probably going to build the pipeline. Okay, so now that you see this relationship, what he's saying is you build a block starting with
there's a pipeline.
Islamic fundamentalism, which we've supported and created, to keep Russia from moving south to reassert control, but then you build up these countries so that they're so powerful, and with a weakened Russia, Russia can't make a move to control, and all the oil reserves are right in here. Okay? And we have effectively made China dependent upon our technology because they need the oil desperately. Now, Uzbekistan, nationally the most vital and the most populous of the Central Asian states, represents the major obstacle to any renewed Russian control over the region. Its dependence is critical to the survival of other Central Asian states and is the least vulnerable to Russian pressures. Where was the first place that President Bush announced we were sending troops after the attacks on September 11th? We were already there. We'd been training Uzbeki troops for more than 5 years. Referring to an area he calls the Eurasian Balkans in a 1997 map in which he circled the exact location. Now remember, this is a book written 4 years ago. And I'm going to show you a map where Zbigniew Brzezinski said the next world conflict was going to take place. Afghanistan, Iran, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan. This is where he said 4 years ago the United States, in order to sustain its precarious, that's my words, economy, would have to control that to maintain its role as the global superpower and to become the world's only superpower. In effect, the ruling nation of the world. That's his map from 4 years ago. Referring to an area he calls the Eurasian Balkans and a 97 map in which he circled the exact location of the current conflict, describing it as the central region of pending conflict for world dominance, Brzezinski writes, moreover, that the Central Asian republics, are of importance from the standpoint of security and historical ambitions
to at least 3 of their most immediate and more powerful neighbors, namely Russia, Turkey, and Iran, with China also signaling an increasing geopolitical interest in the region. And he really lets his hair down. More important, as a potential economic prize, an enormous concentration of natural gas and oil reserves is located in the region, in addition to important minerals including gold. Didn't know about the gold, did you? The world's energy consumption is bound to vastly increase over the next 2 or 3 decades. Estimates by the U.S. Department of Energy anticipate that world demand will rise by more than 50% between 1993 and 2015, with the most significant increase in consumption occurring in the Far East, China. The momentum of Asia's economic development is already generating massive pressures for the exploration and exploitation of new sources of energy in the Central Asian region, and the Caspian Sea basin are known to contain reserves of natural gas and oil that dwarf those of Kuwait, the Gulf of Mexico, and the North Sea. Once pipelines to the area have been developed, Turkmenistan's truly vast natural gas reserves augur a prosperous future. He's talking about the pipelines. Without sustained and directed American involvement, before long, the forces of global disorder. Global disorder? You mean democracy? Global disorder could come to dominate the world scene, and the possibility of such a fragmentation is inherent in the geopolitical tensions not only of today's Eurasia, but of the world more generally.
That's a crazy. Can we just stop right there for a second? We're gonna cue rather the spooky music, okay? And we're gonna go ahead and read that slowly, okay? Okay, hold on. We're gonna cue the spook, and then read this, okay? In a very slow manner, okay? Almost as if like it's the creepiest like ASMR you've ever heard in your entire life. Okay, ready? Hang on. Wait, which one is this? No. This is what we need. Ready? Is this too loud? I don't know. Who cares? It could be good. Hold on. Without sustained and directed American involvement, before long, the forces of global disorder could come to dominate the world scene. And the possibility of such a fragmentation, therein a fragmentation of American involvement, the possibility of such a fragmentation is inherent in the geopolitical tensions not only of today's Eurasia, but of the world more generally. Like, who the fuck is this guy? This guy literally, who the like, more appropriately put, who the fuck do you think you are? It's exactly like Rupert said. It's like, who asked you? Who put you in charge? We didn't vote for you. Nobody fucking voted for you. And yet somehow you get to determine the... Probably a very, very good chess player. Yeah, I mean, it's very, very on the nose. It's very, very on the nose. The Grand Chessboard is the name of the fucking book, right? But it's like, you're speaking for Americans as if somebody fucking elected you. Nobody fucking elected you. Anyway.
Inherent in the geopolitical tensions not only of today's Eurasia, but of the world more generally. The most immediate task is to make certain that no state or combination of states gains the capacity to expel the United States from Eurasia, or even to diminish significantly its decisive arbitration role. In the long run, global politics are bound to become increasingly uncongenial to the concentration of hegemonic power in the hands of a single state. Hence, America is not only the first as well as the only truly global superpower, but is also likely to be the very last. And what does he say that's going to happen? He says that the United States will fold into a one-world government in which all nations will cease to exist.
Look, I am not trying to make light of the situation, okay? But given the way that it appears as if there are certain parties who are steering things in a direction with which, again, you and I have no vote for, it's happening. It's happening. And imagine if you've had at least 20, 30, or 40 years with almost unlimited potential and unlimited resources to make sure that it happens. Imagine if this wasn't a rush job like Cyberpunk 2077. Imagine if your investors rather told you to take your time. These Cyberpunk 2077 references are fucking amazing. Huggy, if you're still awake, please clip that. But seriously, just consider for a moment that, like, they've had all the time in the world to do this.
Run by corporations. I'm paraphrasing.
Run that back.
Run fold into a one-world government in which all nations will cease to exist. Run by corporations. I'm paraphrasing it. Now, hold your breath. Very last pages in the book. Moreover, as America becomes an increasingly multicultural society, it may find it more difficult to fashion a consensus on foreign policy issues except in the circumstance of a truly massive and widely perceived direct external threat. Read it again, she said. Maybe I should read this with a German accent.
Do it! Yeah, do it! I forgot about this part.
As America becomes an increasingly multicultural society, it may...
Hang on. We'll make it even better. Hang on. We'll make it even better. Hang on. Hold on.
As America becomes an increasingly multicultural society, it may find it more difficult to fashion a consensus on foreign policy issues, except in the circumstance of a truly massive and widely perceived direct external threat.
They're clapping now, but I think in...
Listen, I want you to know
2021's context
that the Third Reich did not lose the Second World War. It just changed venues. Now we're going to close with a summation. And you all are still with me. Nobody's fallen over in their chairs, right? Can I have a minute to take a hit off my Pepsi here?
Let's all drink some water.
All right, now I'm going to run you through a timeline, which is what a detective would do for a prosecutor.
I'm going to run you through a series of events with some information that's absolutely going to curl your socks. Or something.
Stream, let's go ahead and cue the creepy music. Because I've been drinking a lot of water and making sure that I'm coming into 2021 very, very hydrated, what I am going to do is use the lavatory, and I'm gonna go ahead and fix myself a drink, okay? Because I haven't been drinking any fucking alcohol tonight because I've been good. Alright, I've been good. I'm trying to start on a very, very positive note. Once again, Happy New Year to everybody, by the way. Thank you so fucking much for being here. Let's all go ahead and take a second. We'll cue the creepy music. It'll stay. I love the context, and it just builds on itself. Martin, please go ahead. I'm gonna go ahead and finish this out with the people here, and I'm just gonna start drinking at this point. So if you don't come back, thank you for sticking around, and please watch the rest of it tomorrow whenever you can, because I find this to be gravely important. But if I don't see you, с Новым годом, красавец. Text me tomorrow. Maybe we can like fight. Or, you know, shoot, or whatever. I might stream some Sekiro, though. Good. I'm glad that at least, this is working for you, in terms of keeping your attention, because, hang on, yeah. I'm glad this is working for you, because I didn't even realize, I haven't seen this in about probably a solid year, and I certainly could not appreciate, and because I didn't remember because of how dense this is, the context that it has for literally right here and now. It's pretty powerful, and I've always said, as ridiculous as it sounds, or as funny as it sounds, that if you want to understand geopolitics today, and if you're confused about geopolitics today, you have to start with 9/11, and then either work backwards or forwards from there, like he's doing, and then kind of come to your own decisions about it. But I think regardless of what decisions you come to, they're going to be gravely different from the official narrative that is still, I think, more or less prevalent. Probably is the best way to put it. This is the time that he's talking about. He's exactly talking about right now. It didn't happen exactly as soon or as slow as he thought that it would happen. I'm pretty sure that he thought that by now the oil crisis would be maybe a little bit bigger than it actually is. And it's woefully quiet as to why the crisis isn't as big as it is, in my opinion. I don't really understand it. You know, if anybody can chime in and DM me, that'd be nice. But I find myself asking that, you know? I've done a little bit of like light probing into it. It doesn't really make much sense. How is everything so sustainable and seemingly unsustainable at the same time? I kind of, it escapes me. Anyway, let me go ahead and fix up this drink. If you're not here when I get back, have a wonderful night, and Happy New Year, and I'll see you during the day for sure. I'll hit you up when I wake up. If you're still tuned in, stick around, because we've kind of waited all night for this. You know, we've been streaming for 3 hours now, and we've kind of danced around the subject. We went into the subject, but for the rest of it here, it's going to be pretty relevant. Pretty relevant. Martin, cheers, buddy. If you're not here when I get back, if you are, holler. But let's all take 2 minutes, and I'll be right back. Wow. Y'all are still here. Cool. I love you too. I gave my cat a few kisses in the back, so now I just woke her up. She's just wrestling around. So yeah, I have not been drinking this whole night. I wanted to stay incredibly, incredibly lucid for this. But, you know, seeing as how it is New Year's and I'm pretty sure everybody else is drinking and having a good time, we have some Maker's Mark here. So, shout out to Maker's Mark. On the rocks. On the fucking rocks. And I'm Ukrainian, so we're doing it a little bit. You know, we can handle it. We grew up on this stuff. We love it. Anyway, we don't have time to waste, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. Let's dive right back in. We're ready. Hey, clearly, you know, none of us here could be close to one another, so, cheers. I really appreciate you guys sticking around and, letting me bullshit with you about this. If I can be down to earth about it. And I mean, you know, I don't think that it is bullshit. Obviously, if I did, I wouldn't even embarrass myself by just haphazardly talking about it. But I think that, it's not undeniable. It has a lot of merit. You can't write it off immediately, and you do kind of have to think about it, especially if you haven't really before, I think. You know, at the end of the day, we're all entitled to walk away with thinking what we want about this whole thing. And I'm sure I'm going to spend a lot more time talking about this. Like, ad nauseum. You guys might get bored, but I don't give a shit. You could just say that. And then we'll talk about it. And then in itself, new content will be born, you know? But, yeah. It's worth getting through, and I feel like since everybody's still here for the ride, we all agree, so.
And let's start with some of this we've covered. 1998 and 2000, former President George Bush travels to Saudi Arabia on behalf of the Carlyle Group, the 11th largest defense contractor. While there, he meets privately with the Saudi royal family and the bin Laden family. Source, Wall Street Journal, September 27th. Also from The Wilderness, that's my newsletter, The Best Enemies Money Can Buy. And I hope some of you folks are going to subscribe tonight. Chris, wherever you are, raise your hand. January 2001, the Bush administration orders the FBI and intelligence agencies to back off investigations involving the bin Laden family, including two of Osama bin Laden's relatives, Abdullah and Omar bin Laden.
This is true. This can be independently verified.
Theory, who were living, guess where? In Falls Church, Virginia, right next to CIA headquarters. This followed previous orders dating back to 1996, that's under Bill Clinton, frustrating efforts to investigate the bin Laden family. Source, BBC Newsnight correspondent Greg Palast. And on the TV broadcast, he actually held up an FBI national security report showing that the Bureau had been ordered to leave the bin Ladens alone. By the way, this is just for your edification. This is a copy of the BBC report showing that the Bush administration ordered the FBI to stop investigating the bin Laden family.
in January, right after taking office. February 13th, UPI terrorism correspondent Richard Sale, while covering a trial of bin Laden's al-Qaeda followers, reports that the National Security Agency has broken bin Laden's encrypted communications. They introduced the evidence into court. The NSA had broken his secure communications. Even if this indicates that bin Laden changed systems in February, it does not mesh with the fact that the government insists that the planning for the September 11th attacks took years. May 2001, Secretary of State Colin Powell gives $43 million in aid to the Taliban. Why? Good question.
No
Purportedly
comment.
to assist hungry farmers who are starving since the destruction of their opium crop. And in January, on the orders of the Taliban. Source, the Los Angeles Times, May 22.
In the year 2000, the UN says that there were 3,276 tons of opium produced in Afghanistan. In 2001, they estimate that the total crop was 185 tons. That's a reduction of 94%. Now, in the Northern Alliance areas, there was an increase. There were two provinces that one place it grew by, I think, 185%, almost doubled, and another it increased tenfold. But even so, the Northern Alliance provinces, with their huge increase, they were 90% of this year's crop, but 90% of 185 tons is not enough to offset. There was a net loss of 3,100 tons of opium, and that would have been such a fantastic improvement in the world opium scene. But now that they are replanting fields all over Afghanistan with
Like
opium,
you guys.
that possible victory we could have seen over drugs is being wiped out as a result of the U.S. intervention.
Do I even need to substantiate this and then speak about it further? I don't think that I need to. The only thing that I think, the only one-liner I guess that you'll get out of me, or a hot take on just this little bit right here, quite frankly, is that we kind of didn't realize that the Taliban was actually doing something that was in everybody's favor. And then the US came and fucked all that up. And then replanted all of them. And then managed it. Okay?
May 2001, Deputy Secretary of State, one of my favorite guys in the whole world, Richard Armitage, a former Navy SEAL who used to go on kill missions in Laos and Cambodia, who has been dealing drugs for most of his adult life, who was involved in Iran-Contra and death squads, and who has been around this world as a covert operative, goes to India at the same time while the DCI, the CIA director George Tenet, travels to Pakistan. Armitage is the cover. It's a publicized tour. Tenet makes a quiet stop to Pakistan where he spends a long time with General Pervez Musharraf, our great ally in Pakistan. Pakistan's the largest supporter of terrorism in the world, by the way. Armitage has deep intelligence connections, but Tenet spends hours, and it would be reasonable to assume, wouldn't you agree, that the head of the Central Intelligence Agency, if he's meeting with the president of Pakistan, would also meet with the head of Pakistani intelligence? Wouldn't that make sense to you? Remember, the head of Pakistani intelligence has to be approved by the CIA by treaty. The guy's name is Lieutenant General Mahmood Ahmad. Source, the Indian Sapra News Agency, May 22nd. I have copies of all of these. My $1,000 is safe. June 2001, German intelligence, the BND, the Bundesnachrichtendienst, warns the CIA and Israel that Middle Eastern terrorists are planning to hijack commercial aircraft to use as weapons to attack important symbols of American and Israeli culture.
Source, the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung, that's a great newspaper in Germany, September 14th. July,
Jewel's still around.
2001.
Can you verify that? Jewel, if
Three
you ever
American
watch this
officials,
again,
Tom Simmons,
can you verify
former
that?
U.S. Ambassador to Pakistan, Carl Inderfirth, former Assistant Secretary of State, Lee Coldren, former State Department expert on South Asia, meet with Pakistani and Russian intelligence officers in Berlin and tell them that the U.S. is planning military strikes against Afghanistan in October. A French book, La Vérité Interdite, discloses that Taliban representatives often sat in on the meetings. U.S. is going to the Taliban, get this, and says, we're going to bomb you to smithereens in October. Could we call that provocation? Historically, there is a model. Franklin Roosevelt shut off the Japanese from oil supplies in the late 30s and early 40s to provoke them into attacking Pearl Harbor. Sources, The Guardian, September 22nd, the BBC, September 18th, and the Interpress News Service in Pakistan, November 16th. Summer 2001, according to a September 26th story in Britain's The Guardian, correspondent David Lee reported that U.S. Department of Defense official Jeffrey Starr visited Tajikistan in January. The Guardian's Felicity Lawrence established that U.S. Rangers were training special troops in Kyrgyzstan at that time. And there were unconfirmed reports that Tajik and Uzbek special troops were training in Alaska and Montana. Summer 2001, Pakistani ISI chief General Mahmoud, remember the guy I talked about, the guy that has to be approved by the CIA director by treaty? You're going to love this. Pakistani ISI chief General Mahmoud orders an aide to wire transfer $100,000 to Mohammed Atta, the lead hijacker. Who was, according to the FBI, the lead terrorist in the suicide hijackings. Mahmoud recently resigned after the transfer was disclosed in India and confirmed by the FBI. Source, The Times of India, October 11th.
And yet Pakistan never really comes up as an issue in mainstream American politics. That's kind of never a thing. Not only is it really never a thing, but that's where bin Laden's hideout was. If I remember correctly, they found him. He was literally right next to a Pakistani military intelligence center. I'm not going to bother you with pulling that up now, but that's where he was. All of this stuff leading back to Pakistan, and yet Saddam is the issue. Rather, the main issue. You know what I mean? Like, if this was a math equation, like the validation just doesn't fucking make sense. Somebody fucked off somewhere and just did whatever they wanted with their logic. And clearly it wasn't logical, so.
Our allies wiring $100,000 to the lead hijacker before the attacks.
Right.
Summer 2001, an Iranian man phones the U.S. law enforcement to warn of an imminent attack on the World Trade Center in the week of September the 9th. World Trade Center, September the 9th. German police confirmed the calls but state the U.S. Secret Service would not reveal any information. I got this from the German news agency Online, i.e. September 14th, 2001. August 2001. The FBI arrests an Islamic militant linked to bin Laden in Boston. French intelligence sources confirm the man is a key member of bin Laden's network, and the FBI learns that he has been taking flying lessons in Boston. At the time of his arrest in Boston, where two of the planes were hijacked, the man is in possession of technical information on Boeing aircraft and flight manuals. Reuters, September 13th. Summer 2001, Russian intelligence notifies the CIA that 25 terrorist pilots have been specifically training for suicide missions. This is reported in the Russian press and I have one of my sources, I have several sources who are former CIA officers, translated the article for me. July 4th through 14th, Osama bin Laden receives treatments for kidney disease at the American hospital in Dubai and meets with the CIA official who returns to CIA headquarters on July 15th. This is the guy who blew up the Cole and the embassies that Bill Clinton signed an order it's okay to execute. He gets treatment at an American hospital in Dubai and flies out on a private plane.
Allegedly.
Oliver North in the 80s, Oliver North is one of my least favorite people, but he sent Navy planes to track down terrorists on the Achille Lauro. The moment bin Laden entered international airspace, he would have been fair game. The source for this story is Le Figaro, French newspaper, October 31st. Now, I got to throw in a caveat here. Le Figaro is owned by the Carlyle Group. These guys can't control everybody, okay? And they can't control reporters. Le Figaro was emphatic that they had confirmed the details of the story. The CIA immediately came out with an adamant denial, but the CIA never lies.
Never.
And you know,
check my last
so
stream.
People at the hospital,
Ever.
but you don't have to take the story as all or everything. But Le Figaro has not retracted the story. August 2001, Russian President Vladimir Putin
What's
orders
up,
Russian
Squidly? How you
intelligence
doing?
to
Happy
warn the
New
U.S.
Year.
government in the strongest
Thank
possible
you for
terms of
popping
imminent
by. How's
attacks on
everything?
airports and government buildings. I watched it on MSNBC on September the 15th. August, September 2001, the Dow Jones Industrial Average
You're coming in
drops
at a
nearly
pretty
900
pivotal
points
point in this stream.
in the 3 weeks prior to the attack. A
Forgive
major
me, let me
stock
roll that
market
back.
August, September 2001, the Dow Jones Industrial Average drops nearly 900 points in the 3 weeks prior to the attack. A major stock market crash is imminent. September 3 through 10. MSNBC reports on September 16th that a caller to the Cayman Islands radio talk show gave several warnings of an imminent attack on the U.S. by bin Laden in the week prior to 9/11. These are just some of the advance warning bits that we have. Now,
just some. Just a few.
September 1 through 10. Some 25,000 British troops, the largest British naval armada since the
Let me pull
Falkland
something up
Island
for you
War.
guys in the
Not
meantime
essential
here as
harvest,
well
it's
while
called
you're
Swift Sword.
following along here.
An operation in the planning for 4
I got something
years.
special for you actually.
Are set to deploy to Oman in the week before the September 11th attacks. It takes years to plan this kind of a deployment. And yet the British government had been planning it for 4 years. After the attack on the 11th, there was a slight hiccup. They waited, but the deployment went ahead as scheduled, supposedly to support the U.S. But you have to understand, I don't know how many veterans we have in this room.
Probably a few.
But you have to understand that it takes months and months and months to deploy these kinds of personnel, yet they're already set to go to Oman. At the same time, 2 U.S. aircraft carrier battle groups happen to be rendezvousing off the Pakistani coast. This is not a normal deployment. The Pakistani coast is not the Persian Gulf, it's the Arabian Sea. Yet we have 2 aircraft carrier battle groups off the Pakistani coast, and at the same time, some 17,000 U.S. troops join more than 23,000 NATO troops for Operation Bright Star in Egypt. Fully deployed, combat ready, locked and loaded. All before September the 11th. Is this suspicious? I think so.
Let's stop here for just 1 second. I don't know how to put this, but there is a personal experience example that I have to throw into the ring here in terms of forewarning. And that is this. I'm from New York City, and without giving away too many details, this may be something that y'all have not necessarily seen before. If you have seen this before, let me know. though I doubt it, because it's not. I mean, I've never seen this reported anywhere else aside from me looking for it. Please check the date on that. If it's too small for you to see, the date on this is October 12th of 2001. So quite literally a month after it happened, this report came out. Just read this report out loud to you. This week I went to Brooklyn in search of an urban myth about the World Trade Center assault. Urban myth. If you ask my opinion, as a New York City native, I can tell you a lot. Urban myth. Was word of the attack on the street before September 11th? What I found was chilling. The story is no myth. You can just copy the link here if you want. Read it along for yourself. Everyone has heard the stories, the, quote, friend of a friend, unquote, who was stood up by her Afghan boyfriend, who then told her in an email not to get on a commercial jet on September 11th. The next-door neighbors of Middle Eastern descent who threw a raucous party on September 10th, and then were nowhere to be found the next day. If any of you have ever heard of this before, please stop me and let me know so I could just go ahead and move on. Forgive me for smiling very snarkishly. The story I was looking for had circulated less widely and in more general form. It recounted the story of a kid who bragged around school before the attacks that the World Trade Center was going to be destroyed. On October 11th, Jeffrey Scott Shapiro, an aggressive young reporter for the New York Journal, News of Westchester County, New York, published an article to track the story to New Utrecht High School in Brooklyn, which I have a personal relationship with, which is the only reason why I know and was able to track down this article personally. Track the story of New Utrecht High School in Brooklyn, New York. Shapiro identified a teacher who witnessed a freshman in her class saying the week prior to the World Trade Center attacks, "Do you see those two buildings? They won't be standing there next week," she said. Or he said, forgive me. A freshman. Quote, this is the only case we know of where someone said the World Trade Center was coming down prior to it happening, end quote, a police source told me. And be mindful of the actual date here. This is October 12, 2001, so this is like being rolled out and then just swiped under the rug amidst all of the panic. People didn't have time to really let this sink in. They were worried about Saddam and bin Laden, right? Anyway, New Utrecht High School in Bensonhurst, Brooklyn is a wonderful melting pot. Oh, thank you very much. I don't know about wonderful. On Thursday, when I visited, two girls, one Chinese, one Russian, очень приятно, sat poring over SAT prep material near polling booths set up for a New York City mayoral runoff. I heard at least 3 languages spoken I couldn't even begin to identify. With 116 students from Pakistan, the school offers courses in Urdu. I can attest to this. We are very, very culturally dynamic here. That's definitely the case. This is true. Bensonhurst has changed immeasurably since the days of black versus white racial confrontation in the 80s. I think this comment is a little bit dated, in my opinion. Immigrants, many of whom speak a little English, far outnumbering native speakers on the streets. And the restaurants and shops offer food from dozens of countries. This is fluff. It's just kind of letting you know where you are. Since September 11th, hundreds of calls have poured into the local police precinct, but real incidents have been few. Someone tried to throw a Molotov cocktail into a mosque, but it hit a canopy pole of the building instead and did little damage. Reports that Arab immigrants had been cheering at a local supermarket after the towers collapsed were investigated and turned out to be false. So were the dozens of rumors of Arabs mysteriously disappearing from their homes just before the attack. What I can attest to personally, if anybody in the chat is curious, is that just a couple of blocks away from my home, on that day, there were certain blocks, small blocks, wasn't major, but there were small blocks of celebration. I'm not going to put it on any nationality. I'm just going to say that there were small blocks in Brooklyn and New Jersey that were celebrating. Just leaving that out there. So it appears as if this was still a question at that point. They were probably trying to quell any kind of, extreme responses happening, so this kind of makes sense. But some of it is a little bit true. Nevertheless, the police say that they have been working closely with 2 of the 3 mosques in the area. One is run by an Irishman who converted to Islam and became an imam. The other by a baggage handler for American Airlines. This latter fact, not surprisingly, aroused a great interest at first. His friends in the community thought he might lose his job, but the imam is backed by the airline and remains close to the police in the area. Quote, "I feel sorry for the dark-skinned people in the neighborhood," says a police officer. "They've done nothing wrong." And most have been cooperative. It's the context that makes the story of the Pakistani freshman so strange. I can't tell you who filled in the details for me. The heat is on, and the FBI is particularly jumpy. Ladies and gentlemen, this is October 2001, okay? Both teacher and student have, with the help of the school, successfully ducked all efforts to contact them, but here's what I've pieced together. On September 6th, 5 days before the attack, Antoinette DiLorenzo, who teaches English as a second language to a class of Pakistani immigrants, led a class discussion about world events. She asked a freshman, his name has been withheld, of course, "What are you looking at?" Apparently, I guess he wasn't paying attention in the class. The youth was peering out the 3rd floor window towards lower Manhattan, and if you are from Brooklyn and you were alive to see the trade towers from Brooklyn, you would know that you could have seen them from pretty much everywhere. I mean, they were, you could see them from multiple different vantage points. They were the tallest fucking things there. Tallest things there. So this makes sense. It checks out. After he made the remark about the World Trade Center not being there next week, the teacher didn't immediately think much of it, though it stuck in her mind. On September 11th, school was canceled after the attack, and again the following day. Yeah, we went home immediately. I was in junior high. On Thursday, September 13th, a clearly agitated DiLorenzo, saying she had been afraid to come forward, reported the incident to the principal's office. It scared the hell out of everyone, quote unquote, according to a source at the school, obviously. And again, I've went to this school. I've went to 2 separate high schools when I was in high school. That's a different stream for a different time. But New Utrecht was one of them, and this is the only reason why I know about this story, is because when I went to that school, literally it was all over the place. I made friends there, and they would ask me, "Hey, what do you think about this?" And I'd be like, "What do you mean? What do I think about this? What do I think about what?" And they were like, "Well, the kid that said that they wouldn't be there." And I was like, "What are you talking about?" It turns out, by fucking happenstance, it wasn't even the article. I found this article by looking it up, and it was the only one. It's strange. Shouts out to who's the author? Does it say? Am I just not seeing it? But all the love in the world and respect to whoever authored this. It's not readily apparent to me who this is, but aside from this, I found no other public record of it, And it's fucking NBC News. Anyway, I'm sidebarring this. The police and FBI were alerted, and 12 NYPD officers entered the school and secured DiLorenzo's classroom for 3 hours, locking the doors with the students inside. While the students were brought lunch and a movie and told to be calm, the youth in question and his older brother, a sophomore, were taken to be interrogated by the FBI stationed at the police precinct nearby. So, Di Lorenzo, the key to the believability of this story, right? I mean, people were obviously, if you're going to say something like this, I mean, that's a pretty big deal. So, Di Lorenzo, the key to the believability of this story was also questioned. She was described by school officials as having a superb and unblemished record in the New York school system. A police source described her as 100% credible, as in no reason to just, no motive directly for just bullshitting you. Moreover, according to police, the youth confirmed having made the September 6th statement about the towers. At the moment he did so, his older brother elbowed him, said he'd been, quote, kidding, end quote, and the youth in question agreed. The younger brother seemed upset and said he was, quote, having a bad day. When asked why, he said that his father was supposed to come back from Pakistan that day. Further details of the interrogation are unclear, in part because the FBI is not discussing it, because why the fuck would they? Because at that point it's very clearly a close investigation, and the FBI wants to be entirely very, very sensitive as to how they treat this investigation. And I don't blame them in any way, shape, or form for doing that. If you're actively trying to find out who's doing this and something like this comes across your desk, you're basically going to tell everybody to shut the fuck up, quite frankly, respectfully. But shut the fuck up. We're working on it. If you want us to fix this, you shut the fuck up. Right? And then, because of the suspension of air travel, it took the father a few days to return. But a week after September 11th, the father visited the school and angrily asked why his sons had been interrogated by the authorities. I guess they didn't tell him. I don't know. He said that his family's constitutional rights had been violated. Not really. Not at all, if you ask me, at that point. That's reasonable cause right there. If that kid just let it slip because he heard it at home, that's reasonable cause right there. Either way, having done nothing wrong beyond spreading a rumor that turned out to be true, which is a haunting statement. The student was returned to his classroom. He remains in the school. Well, as of 2001. The FBI placed the boy's family under surveillance, but according to the sources, does not see a connection to the plot to blow up the towers. Jesus, that's very blunt language. The case remains under investigation, but with thousands of leads, it doesn't appear to be going anywhere. So what to make of all this? There's no doubt in my mind that the story is true, but what does it mean? Excuse me. There are only three possibilities. One, the youth was clairvoyant. I mean, if that's your attempt at levity at this point, that's okay, but dude, it's October 2001. Chill, right? Two, the youth, knowing about the 1993 bombing, was just venting anger in a particular timely way. That's you're so that's so against. No. I'm not even going to entertain that. Three, word of the attack on the World Trade Center was rumored in his neighborhood and he heard about it. So as in he's not directly involved with the source of information as to where he heard it from. It was just roundabout. He could have been close to, who they need, but not exactly who they need. Still, though, it doesn't take away from the severe oddness of this claim, I think. And then investigators don't know what to believe. Quote, "It's creepy," unquote. One told me before I got on the subway to go back to the office, but what the hell are we going to do about it now? What does that mean to you? You don't have to comment. It's fine. But, like, seriously, what does that mean to you? What the hell are we going to do about it now? By an investigator who probably knows more than we do about this since they're closer to the circumstance. If you want me to skip the mysticism and just get right down to what the fuck I mean, I think that it's incredibly clear that everybody knows that we're not necessarily in some kind of democratic republic or a blend of the two. But again, right, what the hell are we going to do about it? I guess the better question is, what can we do about it? Anyway, this exists. For anybody who didn't know about it. Let's wrap this up if we can. Thank you for letting me entertain you about this far along. Can stop that. Get back to what we were doing.
September 6th through 7th, we have the 4,744 put options on United Airlines, CIA monitoring stock trading in real time. September 10th, 4,500 put options are purchased on American. September 6th through the 11th, no other airlines show any similar trading patterns to those experienced by UAL and American. The put option purchases on both airlines were 600% above normal. September 6th through 10th, put options on Merrill Lynch, Morgan Stanley, AXA Reinsurance, and Munich Re. It has been documented, and I talked about this through the PROMIS software, that intelligence agencies routinely track the stock trading. And I'll tell you what I think, an opinion here, happened, is that someone at CIA told the head of A.B. Brown, and the head of A.B. Brown decided to make himself a little money on the side, and he got caught because the stock market was shut down because, well, we'll come to that in a second. General Mahmoud of the ISI, the guy that wired $100,000 to Mohammed Atta, the guy that had to be approved by the CIA, happened to be in Washington on September the 11th.
Of course.
He had arrived the week before. I think he was discussing war plans.
Of course he was.
That's from MSNBC. September the 11th, for 35 minutes from 8:15 a.m. until 9:05 a.m. with it widely known to the FAA and the military that 4 planes had been simultaneously hijacked and taken off course. No one notifies the President of the United States. It is not until 9:30 that any Air Force planes are scrambled to intercept, but by then it is too late. This means that the National Command Authority waited for 75 minutes before scrambling aircraft, even though it was known that 4 simultaneous hijackings had occurred, an event that has never happened in history. Sources: CNN, ABC, MSNBC, the Los Angeles Times, and the New York Times. And if you go to my website, you will see the beginning of a fabulous series of articles out of Canada. They've established clearly, using documents that have now been taken down off of U.S. Air Force websites, that it is a matter of routine policy on the FAA and the U.S. Air Force to scramble a jet the instant any airliner is hijacked without waiting for an order from the President.
What does that mean, scramble? I'm sorry.
You put them up in the air and make them go intercept the jet, not shoot it down, but you put a fighter aircraft in the airspace with the hijacked airliner. It's FAA routine procedure. It doesn't require an order from the President of the United States. Remember Payne Stewart? Remember his airplane? Remember it went off course? It was off course for no more than 10 minutes, and fighter jets had been scrambled to fly along beside it. Now, if we have 4 simultaneous hijackings, why were no planes scrambled to intercept those planes for 75 minutes? The Andrews Air Force Base website has taken down information saying that it maintained a ready response scramble force to protect the skies over Washington, D.C. A presidential order is not necessary to intercept an aircraft. It is necessary to shoot down an aircraft. And yet the government has committed a lot of lies
Dick Cheney has lied about U.S. Air Force response. I used to work outside Andrews Air Force Base. I saw F-16s, F-18s, F-15s taken off all the time.
So they took down that site?
They have changed the site. It has been archived and saved. If you go to my website, go to the articles, you can get links to the way it used to read. Okay? All right. September 13th, China is admitted to the World Trade Organization after 15 years of unsuccessful attempts. The vote was taken, it was just ratified about a week ago, but that was the vote. Nobody noticed. September 15th, the New York Times reports that Mayo Shattuck III, the head of A.B. Brown in the United States, resigned effective immediately without explanation. The insider trading, September 15th was the first day that the stock market opened after the attacks. September 29th, the San Francisco Chronicle reports that 2.5 million in put options on American Airlines and UAL are unclaimed. This is the result of the suspension in trading. Nobody showed up to claim it. October 10th, the Pakistani newspaper Frontier Post reports that Ambassador Wendy Chamberlain has called on the Pakistani oil minister. The pipeline is now a go. Mid-October 2001, the Dow Jones is back up near 10,000 as a result of the massive looting, outpouring of cash. Gonna love this one. One of my dearest causes in the whole world, I have a couple of monthly columns in magazines, one of which is High Times, believe it or not. It's a strange thing for an ex-narc who hasn't had a beer or a joint. I've had no mind-altering chemicals in 18 years. It'll be 19 in January. I'm a recovering alcoholic, and I work a lot with men in recovery. I've written more than 30 articles on the subject of drug addiction and recovery.
Well, this is awkward.
For the U.S. Journal of Drug and Alcohol Dependence, and I can tell you that drug addiction is a medical, social, and spiritual problem. It is not a criminal problem.
And there's the intellectual relief. Thank you. Let's move on.
And one of the most frightening things that I saw in the wake, and we're going to wind this up here, and I'm going to hit you with everything that I got. One of the most frightening things that I saw in the wake of the attacks was a story that showed right here, this is from the New York Post, that the two companies, most of you know that some 30 to 40% of the prison inmates in this company are housed by private corporations who trade their stock on Wall Street based upon the number of human beings that they're housing in prison. That's what our economy has evolved into. We are a search and destroy economy. A snake eating its own tail is not nutritious, yet that's what we're doing. And I saw that the stocks of these two companies, Corrections Corporation of America and Wackenhut, went up 300% in the, 2 weeks after the attacks. And not only that, you read this story, and there was an urgent request outside of the budget for 40,000 new prison beds. That's before the next year's budget. Now, does anybody here think there are 40,000 Islamic terrorists in this country? Who are those beds for? I'll tell you when I get there, you know? Okay? But the Bureau of Prisons budget request next year is supposed to ask for something, and this is not confirmed, but I've heard on the order of 400,000 new prison beds. Maybe more.
Do you have that on your site?
What I just showed you was in one of the issues of the newsletter on the site, yes. Now, in January of this year, when the Bush administration took office, these are the folks that brought us savings and loan with Lockheed Martin, DynCorp, looting $2 trillion out of the Department of Defense, $59 billion out of HUD. That's to sustain this bubble, to maintain the grip on power of this CFR trilateral group that has taken us into a war for Central Asian oil before the age of oil ends. And in January, I said, they're going to go after Social Security. You mark my words. The savings and loan was just a warm-up. And here I find this story, or this letter, written to the Honorable Daniel Patrick Moynihan, who is the head of the President's Commission to strengthen, Newspeak, Orwell, strengthen Social Security. And the letter is from two members of Congress. It's from Henry Waxman, I don't have the second page, and one other member of Congress. And you know what they're saying? You've locked us out of your meetings. You're having closed-door, classified meetings on Social Security. We're the members of the Ways and Means Committee that are charged with Social Security oversight, and you have locked us out of the meetings. Does that scare you? It scares me. They've just been writing letters so far. Hey, listen, I'm going to come to this, but, you know, there's a few bright lights on the hill. They aren't fully bright yet, but there are some people speaking out. And in the wake of the total assault on American civil liberties, Patrick Leahy, forgive me, you know, had the temerity to write 6 letters to Attorney General John Ashcroft demanding that he testify before the Senate Judiciary Committee on such matters as military tribunals and Ashcroft's unilateral decision to begin wiretapping attorney-client conversations in terrorist cases. And he said, I demand that you respond to me in writing. I think it was by the 13th. Well, he got a response in writing, but it was an anthrax letter. You notice they're only going to Democrats? All right, now let's look at this.
2003.
H.R. 3162, the Patriot Act. Hey, let's hear it for the Patriot Act. Now it's group therapy. That's good. In the most recent issue of From the Wilderness, we covered some of the highlights or the lowlights of this bill. And I want you to listen to me very closely. This is your Constitution. We're coming now to pay the bill for the price that you, and remember how I defined you at the beginning of this presentation as all of the American people who failed to reconcile accounts after the assassination of John Kennedy, of Bobby Kennedy, of Martin Luther King, of Iran-Contra, of Vietnam,
Malcolm
of
X.
Panama, of savings and loan, of the genocide of 2 million people in Rwanda, of the rendering to radioactive waste of large portions of Iraq with depleted uranium that's contaminated with plutonium, the displacement of 1 million people in Colombia within the last year. The bills are coming due, and now it's your turn to pay. The Patriot Act that was passed just recently includes several provisions. First of all, the FBI can enter your home in a criminal investigation. I think it's criminal. They might have said terrorist. It doesn't make any difference how you define it. When you're not there, without a search warrant. They may seize whatever they want to seize and use it to convict you in a court of law for a crime when you didn't even know they came. Now, how many people know that the Fourth Amendment to the United States Constitution is supposed to protect us against unreasonable searches and seizures? The Patriot Act also permits the CIA to share its intelligence files with local law enforcement. Now, what does that mean? Everybody knows the agency's been wiretapping people illegally for a long time. So is the FBI, COINTELPRO. I mean, you know, but the deal is that that information, because it wasn't obtained under a warrant, could never be introduced into court as evidence. Now, when the CIA turns all that information over to the Los Angeles Police Department or the Chicago Police Department, they can write that up as a probable cause statement, go out and find one other piece of evidence, and put it all into court. Gee, the Fourth Amendment is gone. The exclusionary rule is gone. The Act also provides that local police agencies can share their intelligence with the CIA, who may in turn share it with foreign intelligence agencies. We have the beginnings of a global secret police. Echelon is a program of wiretapping run by the United States, Great Britain, Australia, New Zealand, and Canada, and it was originally...
If Forgive me, stream. Forgive me so much. I'll go back about 10 seconds so we don't lose any context. But what he's talking about, here, the exclusionary rule. I mean, I had to double check this myself because I wasn't readily aware. The exclusionary rule from the Fourth Amendment declares a right to be free from unreasonable searches and seizures. But how this translates into concrete terms is not specified. In other words, you have to have a reason. You have to have a reason in order to suspect something from me, in order to search me or coming to my home or anything like this. Just for clarity. I needed that for myself, sorry.
Originally set up on the premise, gee, it's illegal for CIA to wiretap Americans, but there's nothing wrong with the Canadians doing it. And Americans will wiretap the British, and the Australians will wiretap, and then we all share it. That's echelon. And now all that information now under the Patriot Act can now be used in terrorist criminal prosecutions. And it's going to get worse for you in just a minute here, if it isn't bad enough already. Okay. In addition, the Patriot Act allows cops to search for judges. You don't have to go to a judge in your jurisdiction. You can go to Joe Friendly judge, thereby cutting out any judge that might refuse a warrant because it's not illegal. Or because it's illegal, excuse me. Now we have John Ashcroft saying he's going to wiretap attorney-client conversations in terrorist cases. Terrorist cases I'm only going to do it, I swear, you know, involving cases of terrorists with foreigners. Now, the Fifth Amendment to the United States Constitution says that we have an absolute right against self-incrimination, and protected communications are those between an attorney and his client, a husband and his wife, a priest or a spiritual leader and his confessor. Gone. We have President George Walker Bush announcing by fiat, and it evoked a stirring series of editorials by conservative columnist William Safire, that he will now have military tribunals to try terrorists, could be held here in the United States. And in those military tribunals, they don't have to reveal evidence if it's in the interest of national security. They don't have to disclose the voting. They don't have to publicize the trial, and the person convicted can be executed even if 1/3 of the officers disagree. The Sixth Amendment to the United States Constitution provides the right to a fair and speedy trial, the right to confront one's accusers and to examine the evidence against him. Also, under the Patriot Act, it is legal for the FBI to come into any business on a terrorist investigation and seize all of the business records. And what's more, there's a clause in there that says that if it's your business, you can't tell anybody that the FBI was there, or they can lock you up. There goes the First Amendment, the freedom of speech, part of the First Amendment. Now, people who read this, who want to defend the Bush administration, will say, good grief, they wrote a sunset clause into this. It's supposed to go away after 4 years. Well, if you read the sunset clause, and it's in my last issue of From the Wilderness, there's a provision in there that says this clause applies except for in any case where the investigation was begun before the sunset clause takes effect. The sunset clause doesn't exist. All they have to say is, we started this investigation before it's a date in 2005. And there is no sunset clause. There is no Santa Claus. Maybe. This is just the beginning.
Maybe.
I didn't become a policeman to break laws. I became a policeman to protect people and to enforce laws.
In the article in Insight Magazine, it was mentioned that you didn't get a chance
Ron
to
Paul!
read the bill completely
Oh,
before
where
you
has
had
he
to vote
been?
on it. Is that true?
You know, that is interesting because a lot of people are fascinated with that possibility, and it is true. And they think, well, is this the first time that's happened? And I say, no, anything that's important, that's the usually way they do it. Unfortunately, what they do is they pull these shenanigans and say, you don't have much time, but we looked real hard for that bill. And even while I was going to the floor, the staff still could not get it off the internet. So that in itself should have been a reason for everybody to vote against it. So there was not a full disclosure there. We had an idea that they were taking a reasonably bad bill and substituting a very bad bill, which was the Senate version. The House had actually cleaned up the Senate version to some degree, but they switched it at the last minute. We did not have it in front of us, so that even made it that much easier to vote against.
And I am a very poor example. 23 years, I've been shot at twice, I've been made homeless, I've been forced into bankruptcy, I was told that if I ever had children, they'd be killed. I was denied employment, I was arrested on phony charges. I've had all of that in 23 years, and yet my sacrifice pales by comparison to some brave men I know. And I'll mention two out of dozens that I know. One is Celerino Castillo, a DEA agent who lives in McAllen, Texas, in poverty, who watched the CIA loading planes full of cocaine at Ilopango Airfield in El Salvador, who confronted Vice President George Bush then, and who was told to leave it alone. It's a White House operation. The DEA forced him out and almost killed him like Serpico. And the other is a Marine colonel by the name of Jim Sabo, who caught those CIA C-130s flying cocaine onto his base at El Toro Marine Air Station and was murdered because of it.
Oh, that's how you spell his name. Okay.
People like us, and I'm just one of many, have been trying to tell people like you that unless you face this now and pay the price, this is what the end result is going to be, and it's only going to get worse. Catherine Austin Fitts has a great saying, if we can face it, God can fix it. But it can't happen until we face it. Now let me show you what's on the drawing boards.
Nothing on him recently in the past year.
This is being debated right now. Model State Emergency Health Powers Act as of October 23rd. This goes in conjunction with the 300 million doses of smallpox vaccine that are being ordered. This is an act that will give state and local governments the right to seal off neighborhoods, herd people into stadiums, close down all transportation, water, and communications, seal off everything, suspend the Constitution, seize property, and suspend the writ of habeas corpus. All justified under a supposed threat of massive biological warfare. This is being debated right now.
I'm cueing the creepy music. I'm cueing the creepy music for a second. That is fucked. See, this is kind of why I wanted to share this with everybody. I've waited a long time because I have to be careful about the things that I say. If I'm coming into this kind of subject matter, it has to have integrity of some kind, and I hope that I'm achieving a little bit of that. And hope to get better at it, if I'm gonna keep doing this. But that's why I do it. Like this is the reason for this kind of stream. I think that we need to go over, we really do need to go over the past 2 or 3 decades of history and reanalyze them and see what people who once maybe might have seemed a little bit unreasonable with what they're talking about are actually fairly accurate over time and in hindsight. So I'm just gonna leave that little sub note because I don't know if that impacted anybody else, but that's a little bit accurate, topical, and current. His ability to predict, you know, the next 10 or 15 years, some of it is a little bit off, but a lot of it is shockingly realistic, I think. Anyway, sorry. I don't mean to make light of it or take away from what he's saying, but that, well. Alright, let's go back a second or two. I don't mean to confuse the context.
Warfare. This is being debated right now. Everything, suspend the Constitution, seize property, and suspend the writ of habeas corpus. All justified under a supposed threat of massive biological warfare. This is being debated right now. The criminality of this regime is out of the closet. I noticed it was out of the closet in May when Citibank bought Banamex. They don't care anymore. They're arrogant. But I got news for you. These guys, and especially George W. Bush, play in a rigged game. They've always played in a rigged game.
Right.
And those who play in a rigged game get stupid because they don't have to perform. Their arrogance gets them. Now, if you have any lingering doubts, and you can go to my website and read all of these documents of Operation Northwoods. These are declassified top secret documents.
Let me know if we need to slow down and get into Northwoods, but it's pretty much all here.
The Joint Chiefs of Staff had planned to shoot down 2 American airliners and blame it on Fidel Castro for the purpose of getting a war with Cuba. You don't have to believe me. Go read the declassified documents yourself. They don't care about us. Okay?
Like I said, truth. Facts. I literally just said it like 40 minutes ago. That's funny as shit.
The victorious warlord set to open opium floodgates. The Northern Alliance is planning opium poppies hand over fist, and the CIA will control that drug trade and control the money to keep the bubble on Wall Street afloat. Now, I want to leave you with a couple of thoughts. I may have scared you, and I love it when people come up to me and say, Mike, what am I supposed to do? And I know that in your head you're saying, you don't want me to tell you what you're supposed to do because what you want me to tell you is something that'll let you go home, drink a beer, watch your television set, and manage your 401k plan. Okay? Yeah, you can write, and I got to tell you, From the Wilderness, my newsletter has doubled in size since September the 11th. And you know what I'm doing with the money? I'm hiring reporters and I'm writing more stories. One thing you can do. One thing you can do is vote with your money. Stop giving money to people who lie to you. Okay?
Cyberpunk 77. CD Projekt Red. BioWare. I don't mean to bring this back to the gaming part of this channel, but this is just generally applicable to just life itself, I think. And there's my levity.
Now, I'll give you a little word of inspiration. I'll give you, this is a comment on the Patriot Act. It says, our forefathers would think it's time for a revolution. This is why they revolted in the first place. They revolted against much milder oppression. And who said it? A Republican Congressman, Ron Paul of Texas.
To vote against the Patriot Act was a very easy vote for me. To me, it was a clear violation of the civil liberties of all Americans. It was called Patriot Act
Ron
because
fucking
they didn't want anybody
Paul.
to vote against it, claiming that if you didn't vote for it, you weren't a patriotic American citizen. I think it was probably the opposite way. I think those who voted for it voted for a bill that undermined the Fourth Amendment, the whole principles of individual freedom and liberty in this country.
Ron
so it was very easy for me to oppose a bill that would just open up Pandora's box with search warrants and the
Which it
whole
did.
ability to wiretap and
Which
listen
it
to
did.
all our communications, whether they were on the internet, and check on websites, the whole works.
Which
it
it
was
did.
very easy for me to vote against that bill.
And there are other actions taken by the administration, including military tribunals and Attorney General Ashcroft's
What a legend.
announcement that he was going to wiretap attorney-client conversations. How
What a-
do those
What a god.
make you react?
I guess there are two there. I don't like what he's doing, but the other part is how did we get to this point in our history where our administration, our presidents, and our attorney generals do this by fiat? Just come up and declare, well, there's going to be
Which we talked about earlier, too.
tribunals set up, or we're going to wiretap communications between the accused and their lawyers, and they didn't even confer with the Congress. So I would say that's very bad. Of course, there's the slippery slope there. They say, well, we're only going to do this with the terrorists. Well, how do we know who the terrorists are? They haven't had a trial. So the whole thing is just outlandish for a country that pretends to protect the rights of the accused, and we challenge other countries like Peru in recent years for setting up these type of tribunals. So I think that moving in this direction is a serious challenge to the whole principles of the 10 Amendments and the Constitution.
For all the FBI agents in the audience,
Amen.
a revolution can be anything. But I will tell you this, that a revolution, according to Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, Monroe, and all of the founding fathers, is my divine right. One of the most offensive statements I have heard since September the 11th was Pennsylvania Governor Tom Ridge when he was sworn in. And he said, civil liberties are one of the most precious gifts that we give our citizens. I got news for you, Governor Ridge. These are inalienable rights. You don't give nothing to me, we give them to you. And during the Civil War, Abraham Lincoln suspended the writ of habeas corpus, and it led to one of the most powerful and most important trials that ever reached the Supreme Court of the United States. The case was Ex parte Milligan. And this is what they had to say. They said, the Constitution of the United States is a law for rulers and people equally in war and in peace, and covers with the shield of its protection all classes of men at all times and under all circumstances. No doctrine involving more pernicious consequences was ever invented by the wit of man than that any of its provisions can be suspended during any of the great exigencies of government.
That's beautiful. That's absolutely beautiful.
That was when we had a Supreme
I hope
Court.
that shit resonates with you.
Now, I want you to bear in mind,
Jesus.
you may think that the system of government is still mildly working here. That, well, we had a law and you know what, so Congress is working, but you know, Congress is totally subdued. They're rolled over, they're not fighting, so you think it's the court. But bear in mind that the current Supreme Court is the one that illegally gave George W. Bush the election victory. And when I say illegally, I mean it was a butchery in the major media, because the Florida law said the clear intent of the voter. And what happened was the Supreme Court stopped the counting when there were thousands of ballots left uncounted that would have shown the clear intent of the voter, and said, we're going to make a one-case exception here, and we're going to say that we stopped the count, and we're going to just recount the votes that we have and ignore the votes where we could still determine the clear intent of the voter. That was an illegal decision. So where do you go after that?
The first most important thing that the American people should
The
remember
Honorable
is
Cynthia
how
McKinney.
George Bush came to the White House. One, through fraud, and 2, through buying the election. The most money ever spent in the history of the United States for this office. That's a crime, and that's a shame.
All right, we are living, get this, in an empire. Bill Sapphire said this about George W. Bush. He said, "On what legal meat does this our Caesar feed?" Bill Sapphire said that. Okay? And it is an empire. Now, I want to go all the way back, and I want to take you back before I shut up here and leave you with one of my favorite quotes of all time. The foundation of all mental illness is the avoidance of legitimate suffering. And the country is mentally ill. It'll wake up sooner or later. I don't know when. I'm not God. I don't know where this is going. I know that my job is to teach. My job is to give you information. And my job is to clarify for you what's at stake here.
Let's look at the fact that, and this is the most important point, it appears to me that the American people might have a criminal syndicate running their government.
Deep state. And also, fun note, this was said at pretty much exactly the 4:20 mark on this stream. Hell yeah, dude.
What's at stake here is your liberty. This is a criminal administration. It will not stop. It cannot turn back. President Bush broke the Presidential Records Act of 1978 by refusing to release the Ronald Reagan papers. Arbitrarily broke the law. John Ashcroft broke the law by ordering wiretaps of attorney-client conversations in terrorist cases. The Supreme Court doesn't exist. They're grabbing for the power right now, and you better rest assured, as sure as I'm standing here tonight, that the war that's supposed to be taking place against terrorism is also a war against you. Thank you very much.
So that's I think I've accomplished what I've set out to do in this stream. This has been fun to go through with everybody here. The only other hang on. The only other thing that I think I can leave everybody with, and by the way, again, Happy New Year. It's a pleasure having you all. I think the last thing I want to cut away with is something that I don't even know if I'll cover this on these just chatting streams, unless of course if if you want me to cover more stuff like this, or what I'm about to imply, then let me know on my YouTube channel, and I might do it. If you've watched this far, you're a legend in and of yourself. There's a lot there. I think it all speaks for itself. I think we've discussed a lot. I don't really want to mull over too much or be too repetitive. You know, we can all decide for ourselves how we feel about that. But I think it's important to share, especially these days. And the last thing that I wanted to kind of bring up yeah, fuck it. If you want to know more about why I'm about to play this clip, then you have to find it when it's on my YouTube channel. The YouTube channel link is in my About section. So go there. Follow me there if you don't already. This will be up there. I'm not going to do this without consent. At all. So if I have consent, then I'll go into it. But I'll simply leave everybody with this footage, which I don't know if many people remember. It's short. It's very, very short and sweet. And I'll leave it at that. Unless anybody has any questions. So let's cut to it real quick. Give me a second here. I just want this all to sort of maybe be just a part of consideration for you. You don't have to buy into it, okay? This is just, at this point in the stream, this is just my musings on the entire matter from a very specific perspective, okay? But either way, this is something that I don't think a lot of people have seen. It's very hard to find. I have to like this uploader for uploading it. Shoutouts to you, because this is very necessary. Yeah, I'm not gonna talk about it anymore. I'll just let it play, but hang on a second, check this out. Okay, sorry. Sorry. So, without further ado,
built building, probably it was a very well built building, probably better given its size and the attention and everything else, much better than similar buildings built today because it was the first of its style. Well, there's a very simple long box structure built well according to the engineers who know it. And as we just look at this, there's just one other thing. We have not resolved an answer to this, but Jackie Judd, our correspondent in Washington, has sent me an email just a short while ago, and she really speaks to what's been puzzling enormous numbers of us. We see all of this video and these live pictures of where the towers used to stand, but the question is, where is all the rubble? It seems so flattened. How could so much steel and concrete just vaporize? Did it all turn to dust? It's one of the questions we will try to answer in the next little while. The question is, where is all the rubble? It seems so flattened. How
Wait,
could
wait.
so much steel and concrete just vaporize? Did it all turn to dust? Question is,
Wait. There is an actual. Hold on.
It seems.
Why are you replaying that? Oh no shoutouts to this YouTuber. Hold on, give me a second. This isn't where I parked my car. Hang on. Oh my god, this is really hard to. This is really hard to find. Man, these bookmarks, they just go away. Hold on. Stream, bear with me for just a moment. This is very important. Hang on a second. The response is just as crucial as the question. I can't believe it's dug so deep now. Oh man. Is this?
It was a very well. Little while. Question is, where is? Did it all turn steel? And where is all?
Oh my God! Where is the? Why is this so hard to find? This is a little bit eerie. Hang on a second. I have to do a little bit of digging. Stream, bear with me. Hang on. That's crazy that this is hard to find now. That's a little bit insane. It's intense. Let me see if I can figure this out. Why would they...
The World Trade Center right around Franklin Street, and after the first explosion took place, which is one after the TWA Flight 800 bombing in
Damn! Yo! How is this buried like this? I'm not giving up. Hold on. It's here somewhere, YouTube. Don't you out algorithm me, dude. Damn. This is a little bit intense. Ah! Wow! Fuck! Why is this so dug in?
Stephanopoulos is down in Lower Manhattan today, George.
Alright, stream. We went into hacker mode a little bit and we actually found it. Okay, so I'm gonna leave everybody off with this. Holy shit, that was hard to find. Wow. Hold on a second. Why? That's so disingenuous of the original uploader to not... This is so strange. Hang on a second here. Let me just make sure that this is all original footage. I'm not looking for any edited material. Alright, we got it. Hang on, we got it. Jeez, that was tough. Alright.
Is down in Lower Manhattan today, George.
Forgive me.
I don't know if you heard a little earlier me raise this question, which was actually raised by ABC's Jackie Judd, as we look at these areas down below and the video where the towers used to stand and where is all the rubble gone. And have you been able to, is there any way you can answer that question?
I'm sorry, Peter, I didn't get the question.
Okay, I apologize. Jackie Judd and several other people keep asking us, when you look at where the towers used to stand, there is surprisingly so little rubble. Where did all the rubble go?
It's a very good question, Peter, and I have asked some people who've been doing some of the rescue and recovery work this morning. If you look behind me, you can see the very remains, the skeletal remains of the World Trade Center. And one volunteer, Robert Gerlinski, explained to me the reason there's so little rubble is that all of it simply fell down into the ground and was pulverized, evaporated. Now, I should say, though, for the last several hours, there's been a steady stream of dump trucks and other very large vehicles carrying out debris, including burned out hulls of cars, the burned out hulls of police cars and others. And that's been going on for several hours now. One of the volunteers I talked to said they've been doing it since about 6 a.m. this morning. Secondly, Peter, there's been an increased military presence here this morning. There are many Humvees, those military jeeps, including one with a manned machine gun on top. We have National Guard divisions from the 69th, 258th, the 105th and 42nd divisions. Mostly they're doing crowd control and protection and recovery, but there are some armed guards as well. Peter, I apologize. I've lost all hearing here.
Well, I did momentarily. Can you hear me, George? If somebody could...
Try that again.
George, do you hear me?
Now I hear you, Peter.
Okay, you just keep talking. It's wonderful what you're reporting. It's very interesting. So you just keep talking as long as you want and tell us as much as you've learned, and we will try to support you with pictures of what is happening at the time.
Peter, I'll do the best I can. I think I heard your question, but I'm not really sure, sort of going in and out. Let me just try and describe what's happening here. This is one of the main thoroughfares coming out of the World Trade Center, one of the main thoroughfares for the police recovery vehicles, the environmental vehicles, the dump trucks, and other vehicles that have been taking debris out of the World Trade Center for the last several hours. One of the most interesting notes I should add, Peter, is that from the volunteer workers I've spoke to said there has been very little recovery of bodies. I know we heard overnight about the very good rescue stories, 5 or 6 people found alive, but for the most part they haven't found any bodies at all because the recovery workers feel they're buried so deep into the rubble.
Okay, George, many thanks indeed. George Stephanopoulos, are either one of them there at the moment?
Barely any bodies.
Okay.
Like
We're
from the
waiting,
inside of the tower.
to talk at some point. This is George
Or what
Stephanopoulos
you would
answering
call
the
it
question,
inside.
I hope, for many people who've asked it about why there is so little rubble on the ground, and we'll reconnect with him as quickly as we can. And because, as we watched it so many times on television in the last 25 or 26 hours, when these two huge buildings, 110-story buildings tall, fell unto themselves, much of the material that makes up the structure of the building was simply pulverized as it fell upon itself. Now, it is also true, we're fairly certain we can say, that a good portion of it was driven, at least of the lower stages of the building, was driven into the ground. And I suggest this because we've talked to any number of people involved in the rescue operation who have found individuals or tried to locate individuals who are 40 feet below the surface. So there's a lot beneath the actual ground level that we are not always we are just simply not able to see from our perspective.
I'm glad it ended there. So with respects to the bottom, the underbelly of what he mentioned there, all of that. First of all, the only reason why I feel like I have any kind of authority on this, or maybe not even authority. Authority is probably an improper term to use, but my mother was directly across the street, about 2 blocks away, and it took me a long time to try to understand the issue. And I also, being from New York City, I had a lot of opportunities to dig into and probe more locally into the issue. And the subways weren't broken. They were shut down because people were worried, so you couldn't take them back home. But nobody was concerned about them totally being broken and flooded. In fact, they weren't broken and flooded. So I kind of wanted to leave everybody off with that. it just does. To me, the reasoning isn't good enough. You know? The reasoning isn't good enough. It doesn't necessarily balance out. It's like I said earlier, if it was a math equation, it wouldn't add up. The validation would be wonky at best. I can talk about it for days, but I'd rather not unless I absolutely have to. I'd rather not unless I absolutely have to. But again, it is very important to me, and you know, I don't come to the matter with any kind of other intentions in mind aside from sharing what I know to be true and what, you know, what I can prove versus what is often said, I guess. Anyway, with that, I will leave you. Thank you very much for tuning in. I hope everybody is having a wonderful new year, wherever they are, and we will see you soon. I think I'll be live. I need sleep. I think I'll be live again in like 7 hours, 8 hours. I'm just gonna wake up, have some food, and then just play some Sekiro or something like that with some buds. So it'll be a lot lighter content. We'll get back to gaming or music or something like that. So yeah, stick around. But it was fun having everybody, and I hope everyone is having a safe, healthy, merry fucking time. Enjoy yourselves. Cheers. We're out, bruv. Take care.